once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light on this dawn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No worlds, no illusions, no hollow incomplete. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shaman declare. Exposing every shadow, we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with a suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising defense, the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn, sentinel of reason with a ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume the world cracks open. Usher it up. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Oh, my goodness. Who we got in the building? Shout out to Thomas Santos. Said Candace got mogged. Little Toes in the building. Said watch a little bit. Are we gonna get into it? And look at that. Wicked Dream coming in hot right out the gate. Said don't fucking tell me nothing about those ads. $5 in the first hour gets the entire stream ad free. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Welcome to the party. So yeah, she just would not answer the direct questions, and so this one usually I'll say, okay, I skipped through a little bit. I like to react fresh with you guys and everything. I had to watch as much of this as I could, and yeah, it's just a sad thing that if you look on X, there's a lot of people who are just like on Candace's team and like, oh no, she did so amazing, and it's like you can only think that. You can only think that if you're already brainwashed. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people who, no matter what happened, would have gone in and said, oh yeah, Andrew crushed. I'm sure. But here, we like to address things as honestly as we can. So, Assuming that some of you did see some of this debate, I kind of want to make sure that we get into the juicy stuff. So the first hour or so is really them just kind of listing, here's this information and that information and that information and that information. And they go to a little bit of, or they go to a commercial break, and then they come back, and Andrew's like, all right, now my turn. Let's fucking go. So that is where we are going to dive in, because if you've paid attention at all, then you'll know what the facts of the case are. And if you haven't, then it's not really relevant to what they are talking about. Shout out to 50 Midgie in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I'm a fan, but you can admit that you are a bit biased because you always take Wilson's side. Except for the time that I debated Andrew Wilson, right? And the time that I debated Andrew Wilson's wife, right? And the time that I debated Jim Bob making the exact same arguments that Wilson makes, right? Got him. So, let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
I think
50, yeah, I mean, hey, call it out. Anything that I say that you think is biased and not directly, like, I'm not going to lie and say that I don't think Andrew is better on this than Candace. So, I mean, technically, you're right that I am biased, but I don't always take Wilson's side. And if you hear me say something about Andrew Wilson that's A-okay, that's not good, call me out. If you hear me say something about negative about Candace that's wrong, call me out. That's what we're here to do. Let's do it.
we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's
Speaking of support, we got started with that go. Already, we're at 346, which brings us to 351 out of 400 points. We've already got the movie night for Sunday. 400 points turns it to a double feature. And of course, our sponsor of the stream, Wicked Dream. I'll get this going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much so. Oh, we got Pro Vote Fresh in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said, got it completely wrong. Candace dominated the debate. Okay, well, that's exactly what we are here to discuss. We got Mike Alvarado saying Candace got mogged. So we will see. We will see. What do you mean you always take a side when you agree and question when you don't? Yeah, I mean, that's how I see it. And like, yeah, if we cover things more often that I agree with, then yeah, you're going to see that I agree with the things that are said. But I'm not agreeing with them because it's Andrew Wilson. I don't really like Andrew Wilson that much. He is just not somebody that, I mean, I don't hate him. I don't have any like personal negative things about it, but like, yeah, he's just not my guy like that. You got the wrong one. All right, let's do it.
You're fans of his, click that subscribe button and help him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe. And
I will say, so since we don't have an opportunity to cover the whole thing, so we are getting into the specific claims that Candace made, and Andrew is talking. But I did notice that his foot was shaking, and I think it's fair to say that Candace has a better understanding of her narrative and the agreed upon facts. I don't think that's much of anything. And because of the fact that this conversation isn't Tyler did it or Tyler didn't do it, it's does Candace have the justification for her claims? That is why she prompt cucked herself. And, let's say if they'd been debating, it is more likely that it is Tyler Robinson than someone else. And she took the negative on that. Fair enough. But that is not what this debate was. All right. Without further ado, let's fucking do this.
share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations.
That sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine.
Right, so that's exactly what I'm saying. If this was who knows the case better, Candace would have won no question. But that's not what this is. Candace has made some affirmative claims, some positive claims, and she has not been able to back them up. So that's what we're doing. Again, in the beginning, the first hour or so is them kind of laying out the facts of the case. Like I said, if you follow the case, then you care. If not, then it's not super relevant to what they are discussing. And we will see. I don't think memorizing the specific charges it means that Candace is right. It means that she knows the case better than Andrew, but that's about it. Shout out to play RuneScape or play Runescape. Welcome. Super jetted to debate Jay Dyer, and he's running like a biatch. Well, keep sending him money, then I'm sure that'll get him. The way to get people is to get in other debates and call those people out. That's the way to do it.
And I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp.
Here's what we're gonna do, because I don't want to I don't want to lose my spot here, but I do want to show that, to be fair. So we'll show back a little bit in the beginning when she's kind of just laying out facts after facts after facts after facts. And so we'll go like here. Just a little snip. What the hell? Damn, I guess. Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't miss that much at all. Okay, never mind. I think we got it all then. If not, I'll go back. But I'm absolutely saying that he looked like he was uncharacteristically, a little bit like that. But shout out to Kevin Knox in the building. Welcome. Despite what you guys think, I don't really watch Andrew that much. And so if he's always a little shaky, he didn't have his cigarettes. So, I mean, I'm here to address the words that are spoken. I'm not here to address this person mocked this because of she said that. I'm looking at the actual facts of the case and the logic of what's being put forth. You said this. Can you back that up? That was the entire bottom line of what we're doing here.
That perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for sometime in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right?
That's another good point. Play saying I'd be shaky too if I was put there with a big name for the first time, a bigger platform. Like, let's not pretend that Andrew is some like celebrity. We all know, but this is arguably the biggest thing he's ever done. So I'm not going to look at a shaky foot as, oh, well, he lost. You know what I mean?
So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get.
We got a lot of newbies. So, oh, come on. I don't want to stop and shout out everybody, but 8 Sister is a gangster. Welcome, guys. If you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe. But you know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's do it.
Text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me, Mr. Valence, which it felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message, but then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat.
Holy gish gallop. Can we pick one of these things to dive into? Or are you just going to lay out the whole thing and they'll be like, can you defend that?
the manner in which they were texting. We're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascists, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. We start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition.
No, but we know. Sometimes we know. Well, God damn it. Hold on. There we go. Shout out to Wicked Dream. My goodness. Outsponsored himself by 10 times with a big $50. And of course, every $50 dono comes with a scoop of peanut butter for the Overlord. So we're not going to do the whole music and everything because we just started. Let's get to it. But thank you so very, very much. And that's a movie night, or that's a double feature movie night. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Hell yeah.
Parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. You are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like that.
Shout out to the pure bloods. If you didn't get the COVID jab, you're awesome.
It kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that...
Did I read this? My apologies. I didn't read this. Wicked for the big $50. This goes towards a new mic, and hopefully we will get that soon. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like
that's already what the nomenclature for a lot of evidence means or is used. People already that's like saying, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I guess people don't really talk like that anymore. But like, why are you all saying horse? Why doesn't somebody say rhinoceros? Because that's the thing. That's the phrase.
You could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go.
Exactly.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the other?
Link me up, girl.
For the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all.
Maybe not soon, but that's coming.
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone. Okay.
Maybe now. But very soon, non-jabbed semen is going to be very, very, very valuable.
Stuff in discovery.
What happened?
Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone.
Welcome.
She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord?
Yeah, maybe. But again, we're not here for Andrew to prove that Tyler Robinson did this. We are here to prove that the things that you've said, you have no backing for. Not even that you're wrong. Every single thing that Candace has ever said about Tyler Robinson can be absolutely correct. That is a different thing than having the justification, the overwhelming evidence to be able to say that.
Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability.
And the lawyers never thought of that. They were watching the Candace Owens show. There's our whole case, guys.
Because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and
weird people be texting weird shit.
His boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here.
Right. And so that is fair, Candace, but then you have to have some, as Andrew says, positive evidence that did happen. The argument can't be, well, maybe have evidence. Her whole argument is a whataboutism. My feelings, I thinks, no substance, only speculation. Yup.
That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping.
Sweetie, I hate to tell you this, but I forgot to maybe or maybe not allegedly text my guy specifically asking him to bring that to me. So people do that. Lifetime said, I asked Jesse on Fire, who is a Candace fan, to debate Rob Noor and admitted he would get destroyed by Rob. Fair enough. At least he knows. He's always been a little bit more willing to entertain those ideas. And I think he does a good job of connecting dots that may or may not be there, like Candace is doing, but in not such a crazy way. Yeah, you got to respect it. He's like, yo, I got this. And he just goes for it. It's just he bitch Jones on and on about solipsistic BS. Bingo. Yep. If you sniff their own farts any harder, she'd disappear up her own ass.
Just confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here.
My mouse
but
isn't working.
It was a little ridiculous.
I see.
It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that.
I forgot. Let me go back real quick. There's something I wanted to address. My mouse doesn't work.
I don't know. Maybe not text it's such.
Yeah. Just in general, maybe, Candace, when you have mentally ill people doing mentally ill things, then they're not going to act normal.
Like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't.
Shout out to Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome. So I thought her whole argument was I don't know, but I know now. Well, not even that apparently. Not even that. Her argument is basically, well, maybe this happened. Maybe. Welcome to the party.
Wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought,
hold on. And that's two things so far where she doesn't have any kind of justification, just didn't pass the sniff test. That's two.
That your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me.
So much so that they have a word for it.
He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happens next is they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show.
If you're Dee, what is that supposed to say?
Right?
Yeah. No. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous.
Hold on, a black dude that looks like Milli Vanilli. I just saw the Aberrant Preach video on that. That guy offed himself. Don't lie about everything in your life, and you won't be put in that position. Yikes. Maybe we'll check that out in the members only after party. Sign up now, or at least make sure you've got the gifted memberships on, because that is what you want to be.
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
What
prosecution
you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened.
So let's be clear that having, secret sources in journalism is absolutely a justified thing. There are many people who have gone to jail on legitimate stories where they, were in contempt, and they were like, you have to tell us who your source is. And they're like, no, when I'm doing that, and they go to jail and all this stuff. But those people are the kind of people like James O'Keefe, who have the what's the word I'm looking for? The catalog, the resume of not being crazy, and their sources actually being correct.
though you're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
And that's also not what we're doing here. It's about your claims, not about his.
Says the mainstream media.
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official
Fact check.
documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
One thing I want you guys to keep in mind is that, especially if you're more of a right-leaning person, which it seems that most people on either side of Candace or Andrew tend to be more right-leaning, just because this is Charlie Kirk, she came from that, blah, blah, blah. We've seen leftists debate in such a way where they can, they can wax poetic on this study, and that person says this, and remember this name, and the study of 2005, and da-da-da-da. But it doesn't mean anything because it's all bullshit. So Candace knows the details of what's out there very well, clearly better than Andrew does. That does not mean that her specific claims have evidence. That is what we are doing here. That is what we are doing. We're not litigating whether or not Tyler Robinson did it.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story
Ranch or Thousand Island?
came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here
Did
who
you
you just
say
brought
that?
up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office.
It's looking more and more like that every single day, and here every single minute.
Up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning. I think I got up there. He then
As opposed to 4 a.m. at night.
writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The
So-
point is that
So you see that Andrew is comfortable here because she's spinning this narrative, and he is sticking straight to, do you have proof for the things that are evidence for the things that you are saying, or are you just connecting dots that maybe this happened, and maybe Lance had the phone, and maybe this, and maybe the parents didn't want to do that? That is what we're doing. Remember, I said it before. It is possible. I always thought it was bald-faced. But I've heard both. Is the phrase bald? Come on. Liar. Bold-faced liar. Original and traditional phrase, bald-faced liar or bare-faced liar. Though. So it is bald-faced. But though, bold-faced liar is now also widely used and accepted. So I will be sticking to the original. And I am going to be saying bald-faced lies. But there we go. But whatever floats your boat. Learning something new every day on the Indian Jesus Party.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not
the
correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. if the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
Essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years.
So you mean you don't like that he has secret sources?
Police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could right this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point.
Okay, well then do it. I hate when people do this. Well, I was going to do that. I want to talk about this other thing that's not really relevant, or maybe only tangentially relevant to your question, but I'm buying time to figure out how to answer your question in a way that helps me. Shout out to Petrie. Welcome. Shout out to Florida and the Gators. Welcome to the party.
Could right this second. And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have.
Come on, Candace. You know that if you are on this side of the camera, that you're not really, you don't have time to watch people's streams like that. You might have one or two people, but you should watch my show. You should tune in the middle of the day when you're also working. Like, what are we talking about? Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps out the channel so very, very much. And it doesn't even matter if anybody clicks on the link that you shared. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Claudia said, oh, Jesus. And woo, Captain Humility Wilson versus Candace. Is that a penis? Owens. Yup. Andrew is Jones in bed, hasn't had a cigarette in 30 seconds. I do think that is a lot to do with the sweating and the foot shaking. But Candace's fans disagree. Welcome to the party.
Any evidence that is true?
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer.
That's why it's like, okay, I'm going to get to that. That's what we're here for. Get to that.
And so we were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying
that was 20 minutes ago. They took that break 20 minutes ago.
Are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated.
Maybe, nothing she can say with confidence. There's nothing she can say with confidence. Shout out to A-Sister. Thank you so very, very much. Petrie said she got destroyed like that questionably aged hooker that Hunter Biden filmed himself with when he was in the shady hotel complaining about the 28 ounce of crack he just bought for being 7 grams shorts. Well, damn. Tell us how you really feel.
as what they are saying. Like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to the
somebody
parents,
else.
the parents fact check.
Maybe.
Yeah, so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little?
I was just going to say, is Andrew doing the right thing and slowing down when he reads, or can he just not see what is there for new people? I have a little bit of a pet peeve. Like if I was going to read this to you, right? And you can't really see it that well. And I'm talking at this, at this pace. And then I read it and say, Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started. It's like, whoa, what? I was following you. And now you're reading something. And I'll say, Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political. That is how you're supposed to read when you're on camera.
Is this the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father
Hey, don't blame it on the baby.
reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yeah, and so Equality's saying conspiracies are much easier to generate than compiling the actual facts, which is why conspiracy theories, whether it's a political thing or flat Earth or Bigfoot or whatever, those stay alive because we don't have the proof to say no, you're wrong. But there's, again, like Candace is doing right now, lots of dots that you could connect that may or may not actually be connected. Claudia said, but does she know who the father is? I would assume her husband, but with Candace, yeesh.
Implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No.
Oh, shout out to Jennifer with the big $10. Thank you. So, very, very much, of course, every donation, do you want it? Every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Said, Nina Putter, don't shout me out, I'm shy. Whoops. Thank you so very, very much. And, of course, we've already got our movie night. We've already got our double feature, but you can still get Morty his special treat at the end of the stream and make me have to do push-ups. And so, of course, Wicked is still our sponsor. Jennifer, a.k.a. Arrow, thank you so very, very much. That is 2 out of $15 of any amount for the night and 65 out of 75 for the night. Thank you so very, very much. We got Lucifer Lucero. Welcome to Believe in Jesus. Rapture soon. Believe it when I see it, but welcome to the party and shout out to Jennifer. Thank you so very, very much.
And he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison forever.
But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. and
these
speak.
this mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
That's how, I mean, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine being in a situation like that. And you're like, well, I'm gonna keep, like, as somebody who already, not one of them, but like I'm gonna be talking about it. I want to get ahead, especially with something that is so big in the public domain. Like, people are gonna be talking. It's not like, okay, this might go away and we can just go to court and do whatever if we keep quiet. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. So you may as well say something. Shout out to Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome again. Liked and shared. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Again, it's free and it's easy and it helps out so very, very much. Welcome to the party. We also got Liberty Plus TV. Say, my son was facing prison. I follow the advice of my lawyer. And so that is fair. But I don't know that, there is, I don't know that if you're in the situation that Tyler Robinson is, that speaking out in such a way where they've given information, but not all of the information. I think if you don't say anything at all, fair enough. But you're already talking about how, his political leanings and this and that. And so if you're going to start talking, you got to keep talking. You don't put a little bit out there and then keep it quiet. I mean, you could. And again, I will say this again. It is possible. It is possible that every single thing that Candace believes and is claiming is absolutely correct. That is possible. That still does not mean that at this point in time, that she has the justification and the evidence to claim those things in front of millions of people. Outside of the fact that, of course, everybody's allowed to say whatever the fuck they want. It's America, Jack. Freedom of speech. Nobody's saying that she should be canceled or whatever. We're talking about the responsibility of understanding that you are genuinely influencing people. And I think we all who are on that side are saying that she's not wielding that responsibility properly. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove in court.
Never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case.
Could be. They could be. Do we know that that's what the lawyer said? Or are we just going on May if
case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
Chicago Mike said she was a joke. She had nothing and backed down on most. Yep. And again, it may be that she's absolutely correct in what she believes. The question is, does she have the evidence to put that forth? Welcome to the party. At the end of the day, she is a woman.
And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
parents.
Him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement. And here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
And so here again, we have an instance that shows that Candace knows the details of the trial and the case better than Andrew does. That's why we're not debating who knows the case better. We're debating, do you have the justification for your claims? Shout out to Sweet Tooth. Welcome to the party. Well, I mean, early on, so we're about an hour 45. They started like 30 minutes in. So I think in early on, Candace, I forget, I think it was Provo who said it, that Candace definitely framed the debate. We were talking about putting the debate on your terms. I think she did a good job of doing that because of the fact that she knows the details better. But knowing the details of the case and what's been out there so far doesn't prove your alternative theory. That's what Andrew is doing here. He's not saying, I know that it was in fact Tyler Robinson, which she tried to call him out for in the very beginning. He's like, no. Never once did I say that. Never once did I say that. Yeah, the debate prompt being overwhelming. Andrew setting the standard as being convincing to him personally made this entire debate pointless. I disagree. I think that, just having the conversation and forcing her to put all of her facts out there, her facts out there, shows us that she doesn't have, again, she might be completely right, but she doesn't have the evidence to say so. Shout out to Glowing Dark. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you guys. How are we doing today?
Didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. Because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up.
Yeah, so in a preliminary hearing, the defense isn't going like that's for the trial. So she's right there. Andrew is wrong about, well, it's a preliminary trial. This would be a good place to say that. No, unless that is going to get the case thrown out. Unless that one thing is like DNA evidence that, or video evidence that, the person was somewhere else. Maybe then. But unless you're going to be, if you're not going to be able to drop the case from there, then you want to keep your cards close to the chest.
There.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says...
I think because of how far apart they are, most of the super chats was like, oh my God, Andrew's a retard. Oh my God, Candace is the worst. I highly doubt the majority of those super chats are actual questions.
We find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, what the laws are on the books. And this filing...
And this is why I keep saying it over and over and over and over. Andrew is not here to present evidence that it was Tyler. That is not what this debate is. The debate is, does Candace have the evidence to back the claims that she is making? And she doesn't. That's why I keep saying she may be completely correct. During the trial, it may come out that everything that she's saying is absolutely correct. That's a different thing than whether or not she has the justification to say it now.
It's effective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law in the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
Everything is if. Well, if this went here, then maybe it's that. That's not evidence. That's speculation. And you might be right. But you don't have the evidence.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN.
Especially if they've gotten in hot water by sharing a little bit about, oh well, his politics were different, as we saw in the court documents. It does stand to reason, off of speculation, that they would be shouting from the rooftops, no, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Fair.
They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
There you go. There you go. So it started PBD asking what Andrew's justification is for it being overwhelming, and he basically just ignored the question. Candace says she's speculating. Evidence doesn't mean a smoking gun. Fair enough. But I think it's clear, as we will see, that the specific claims don't have anything behind them. And the people that follow her and be like, oh, Candace has figured it out. No, we don't have any reason to believe that. She's presented something that might possibly be correct, but something completely entirely different that also might be correct. Ty said, if I lost my shoe when I was outside and my top secret friend saw UFOs when he was outside, it means aliens took my shoes. Candace, probably. I did want to get, okay, so I asked Grok, what was the official final agree, because they did this all publicly. What was the official final agreed upon debate prompt? The Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debate. The official agreed upon debate prompt or topic, as stated in the official blah, 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 it was whether there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk, or whether there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk and is being set up as a patsy. So that is what we are looking at. If there is evidence to say, that's a smoking gun for Tyler, then that works great for Andrew. But that's not the goal here. And if you follow the back and forth of what they were actually discussing on X publicly, this was all arranged publicly. It's very explicit that he is never staking the claims. He is questioning her claims.
For the evidence that you present, you're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize.
I remember what I said in my opening.
Hey man, Fireball works.
It's
not saying you're drinking Fireball. I'm just saying.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually.
Exactly. She's out there influencing people about this horrible thing in a completely untoward way. Nobody is saying she's not allowed. We're just saying, what are you doing? We can see that you're just grasping at straws, dragging it out, trying to make money. We can see that.
Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this.
They created the term conspiracy theory as a conspiracy theory.
Right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here.
And usually it's a big frustration. You know, you look at for a long time, it was Joe Rogan. During the Israel stuff, Dave Smith got a lot of this about how, I'm just, you hide behind, I'm just asking questions. When it's like, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm making clear assertions, and here's my evidence for them. If you have something to say that I'm wrong, go for it. But I'm not just asking questions. I'm giving clear evidence of what I think. He said, it's funny how people who criticize Candace for doing it for clicks admit they don't watch her. Charlie was her friend. I don't believe she's literally just doing it for clicks. You know who would tell people not theorize about what happened? A Fed. Again, you can keep, okay, Candace, you can keep pretending that I didn't just explicitly say that that's not what I'm saying. But you're just coping.
Asking questions.
I explicitly said that that's not what I'm saying. But okay, strawman me all you want, buddy.
It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet.
Oh, yeah. I didn't finish my thought about that. Did I finish? Oh, yeah, I did say that. So, like, when the Douglas Murray says to Dave Smith, like, have you been? You're just hiding behind the fact that you're a comedian. It's like, no, I'm a comedian. And also, I'm right about this thing. Can you address that? And so that's what Andrew's here to do.
Until we get to the trial. I think that's fine.
Hey, Shannon Johnson, starting a new job. Dilly. Man. Share the wealth.
I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
All right. I guess we need a new mod. So if you want to be a mod, act like a mod.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand.
It's not your spare time. It's not your spare time. It's your job that you are doing and convincing millions of people of bullshit.
Just like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody
going back to you.
What the fuck did you just say?
You're saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the
I wish I could explain this better than he could, but I can't. So here's why she's
case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period.
Mm-hmm.
That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences based on propositions. We can
inferences or inferences?
We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced.
and they'll logically follow and also be valid to the reality of the situation. How do you theorize with making a claim about what you believed happened? You don't. You just don't say, I believe that this, I'm making the claim, instead of I'm theorizing that maybe this might be X, Y, and Z.
You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have.
Did you hear that? That's exactly it.
Convinced?
Listen again. And so this is not about anybody proving anything except for Candace for this exact reason. Are you paying attention, Liberty?
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the.
Is there any confusion? Is there any confusion as to why Andrew is questioning Candace and not someone else, or about something else, or about COVID, or any of those things? Is there any confusion as to why Andrew is here questioning Candace specifically about this specifically and what the goal of this conversation is?
The conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%.
Got her.
And that's why they're.
So what I was saying before about, the defense, they want to keep their cards close to the chest. That's still true. But like I said, I don't know the specifics about, how that works. But all the evidence was out there.
Caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should.
What if you had to guess? If you had to guess what I would say, what would you guess that I would say to this, Liberty? You watch me enough that you know exactly why it matters. At least in my mind.
They're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
documents. Where's the show cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage?
Are we talking about people or are we talking about Candace? Are we talking about people making claims? Or are we talking about Candace Owens, who has millions of subscribers?
In these arguments is I feel like it's like I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually
She's making bank. She's making bank.
And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements
also,
now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcend?
Right. So I didn't actually skip as much of the beginning as I thought. So that was a little bit more fact heavy about this, that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And now we get a little bit more into the general discussion, so to speak. and she gets defensive.
Dental conversation now because
Because they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me again because
Influence. That's why. The same thing that I say whenever people ask why I cover Andrew Wilson, why I cover Hassan Piker, why I cover these people that we don't like. Influence. These people have influence. That is why.
all of the evidence that you felt to be
like
overwhelming
I
was
always
hearsay.
say.
That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it
claims.
trips into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination
Welcome.
itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
This is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the
This
quote
is
unquote
it, baby
evidence
girl.
that
This
you
is
feel
it.
that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was
So where's that source then? Okay, show me the court records where that person said this, and now we know. Okay, it's done. It's not Tyler Robinson. Why is there still a trial if you are so confident, but the lawyers, the judge, all those people are still going? Is it common that the defendant is completely exonerated by evidence and the prosecution still goes along with it? Now, I am certainly not going to say, well, whatever the official story is must be true. I'm not fucking stupid. There's a difference between I don't believe the official story. I don't know if the official story is right, and I believe what Candace Owens is saying. Those are three entirely different positions.
I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers,
Mhm.
everybody.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair that he didn't have to show he didn't show overwhelming evidence, but that was such a smaller part of what this was. That's like that's like saying, oh, they were debating whether Trump is a fascist or not. And he did a really bad job showing that he didn't grape Stormy Daniels. Like, okay, fair, but still waiting on those receipts. Nikki said she's like, the people that were convinced Luigi Mangione didn't do it, but he pled guilty today, didn't he? Well, I didn't know, but I'll take the inference as that he did. And I mean, I thought that was the whole thing, to be, this martyr.
Watching,
so
nobody's giving.
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond. I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's
It was at this moment that she knew that she fucked up.
theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about
come
Erika
on,
Kirk, if you
Colonel.
want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point USA,
Come on, it was right there. Everyone's innocent on stolen land. Keep the meme alive. Keep the meme alive. Andrews basically admitted his motivation for going after Candace is because he believes she is splitting up the conservative movement. Doesn't seem like he's motivated by truth here. Maybe. By what mechanism is she splitting the conservative movement? By lying. That's what he's saying. It's an off night for you, brother. Off night for you.
If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erika Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Question
Fair
for you.
enough.
Tyler
What I am
Robinson.
Fair enough. I agree that Andrew Wilson did not present overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was, in fact, the killer. And I am open to the fact that he was a patsy, that it was someone else, that all that other stuff is true. But she didn't present the evidence. And she's claiming that she does. And now other people who are watching this are affecting, and yes, it is breaking up the conservative movement in a certain sense. The same way that we have Team MAGA and Team America First, that's splitting up the conservative movement. I don't know what I don't know. It's my truth, girl, slay. Pretty much.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to
Did we not have that video of him walking up the stairs and then shuffling down the stairs?
least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was putting
He had something to do with something. And that's a fact.
was in clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly.
Right. And so that's why I mean, whether you agree with this or not, the reason why there's a lower barrier for Andrew not having to prove that it was Tyler Robinson is that he didn't go out there and make the claims that it was definitely Tyler Robinson and I know for sure because this, that, or the other. He may have said it looks pretty clear based on what we know so far, but Candace has gone the other way. And so if you're a public person and you're going to make these kind of claims, what do you expect? She's acting like this is a personal affront to her. It's exactly because we care about the truth. Exactly because we care about Charlie Kirk. That we want the truth. If you have this information, girl, let us know. I would be happy. Oh, I would be so happy to be like, oh shit, Candace is right. I would love that.
That I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything.
Yeah, and again, I want to reiterate that I'm not saying the official narrative must be true. I'm not saying that it must be Tyler Robinson. I'm just saying she doesn't have the justification to make the claims that she is making. Let me say, paving over the crime scene and selling the vehicle is wild. I agree, but Nikki said the paving over makes sense to me for a number of reasons that I can't thoroughly explain in the length of a comment here. Okay, Candace. Joke. That's a joke. We said, I don't know how you don't understand because of things and stuff. That's why he's a patsy. Don't forget about the stuff and things as well that prove it. Bingo. Got him. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome. So all he's asking for is her logic chain of how she arrived at her conclusion, and she acts like this is a crazy ask. Yeah, she's
How dare you?
I've influenced all these people, and now you want me to explain myself?
How dare you?
Next is coming. That's racist. Welcome to the party.
There was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that. A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the
fucking feds. The fucking feds. We hate them, but oh my goodness, do we love the Funk Master General with the 10 gifted memberships. My goodness. Not only does that get Morty his regular treat, but that brings us over the stream goal. So let's get him some peanut butter. Thank you.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood.
Thank you. So, very much. You'll get it or what? There you go. Thank you. So, very much. Still, we got our boy Wicked as the sponsor, but Funk Master, the Sugar Daddy General. Thank you. So, very much welcome to the party. Let's dive back in. Remember, guys, if you got a gifted membership, you are invited to the members only after party, where the chat goes to members only after we do the regular party. And again, make sure you have gifted memberships turned on so that when these come through, you can get one. Thank you. So very much, sir. Let's see. So we've already got our double feature. But we're at 441. 3 out of 15 and 95 out of 75 with the Funk Master General. Thank you again. Boom. Thank you, sir. And he is loving it. I'll keep you here so you can see him enjoying the fruits of your labor.
Holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned.
Do you, Liberty, do you think you're above the 50th percentile in intelligence or below the 50th percentile? Like this stuff, I'm not covering this to make sure that you don't fall victim to the bullshit. It's about people who are much dumber than you. Oh, wait.
Backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending.
You don't think anyone in the world besides yourself affects your perspective on the world, any of those things? It's just you? Come on.
Last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all?
Who's trying to stop who from saying what? Is someone trying to get somebody to not speak here? Is that person in the room? Or is this a debate explicitly saying, do say the things that you're saying.
The way up. This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran.
That's not what you guys are so good at taking what I say and then twisting it into the most obvious thing that I did not say. Are you under the impression that I think Candace Owens is going into these people's homes and physically doing a lobotomy on them or forcing them to think anything? Is that what you think my position is? That's how you think that I think the world works? Nah, you don't think that, right? Exactly.
Very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erika. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale.
Shady. Sure as shit shady.
That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so that's why nobody's saying cancel Candace. Nobody's saying take her off the air. We're just saying, hey, people are influenced by this. So we'd like to kind of fact check and see what's good. By who? With who? Mossad? I that was what, 2014? I can't say I know too much about that one. Wicked. How dare you say something when I misinterpret it and straw man you, then don't understand. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm saying if you are going to make the claim, you should have the evidence, or make it clear that you are just theorizing and not making claims. Not that you're not allowed to do what I just said. That I personally think it is irresponsible to not do what I just said. Colonel said, when Candace goes out on the DL with her white friends, she pretends that her eyes are a closet? A closed set? What?
What?
The fuck does that mean? Oh, look at him. He's loving it. He's loving it. Thank you again to our boy, Funk Master General.
This is just one example. Erika holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence.
Agreed.
Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time.
Fair, but you also were going on, well, who says vehicle? And then later said vehicle. If I forget, call out if she uses the word vehicle. I would think that just based on that, she probably doesn't want to use that word any more than she has to, and she's going to say car. But I want to see her slip up. We said, I get why I'm messing this up. I treat all claims as theories, so to me, it's a given that people are theorizing. And you're not wrong. But again, you're probably much higher than the 50th percentile of person. And so even though you're, for instance, watching my show, that doesn't mean that just because I said something that you're going to internalize it. Unfortunately, a lot of people do, and the bigger you get, the more like a larger percentage of those people are just going to take whatever you say. I was saying there's peanut butter. I was saying that, there's obviously people coming in who, no matter what, look at that freeze frame. No matter what Candace says, they're going to go along with her. And there's people here that, no matter what Andrew said, going to go with him. I think we, generally speaking, us here, are better than that. And, we can look at the claims as they are, substantiate it, or admit you either made it up or you don't have the evidence to substantiate it, even though it might be true. There's something you make up to make it make sense. That's what a theory is. Right. And so she's claiming that it's not just a theory, that this actually happened. King said, I've seen in a video on X of Candace pronouncing words in the wildest ways. I do that too, so not judging too much. But the funniest one was the word macabre. She used it, macabre? Macabre! Yeah, there was something, I forget, I just saw a video on TikTok while I was setting up. There was other word, I can't remember what it was. There's some other word that she's pronouncing weird. Weird. Wicket said she also claimed to not know who Andrew Wilson was. I guess she forgot about the tweet she posted about him the week before she made the claim. I literally did not know who Andrew Wilson was. And so, I mean, that's also something I'm not going to put too much weight on. That's kind of a thing that people do. Well, I don't even know who this fucking guy is. Yeah, that's just, one of those things that you say. I'm not going to, hold her to that. But because ostensibly saying, I don't even know who the fuck that is. That's the kind of thing that we don't have any of those trolls anymore. Oh, like Frank. If Frank was here. Frank, I know you're watching. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Like, yes, I've interacted with that person, but what I'm saying is they're not as relevant to my life, my point, whatever it is. Niggas, I think it is irresponsible of individuals not to actively research all sides of any topic they're consuming media about. But that's how I was raised, right? And unfortunately, not everybody was raised that way. The word pronunciation thing is common among people who read a lot but don't hear words spoken aloud. Fair, but she does fucking speak for a living. I don't know. Again, not the end of the world to me. I'm more concerned about the actual claims. Is it true that he left the gun on a piece of property owned by Palantir? I did not know that. I don't know. Ty said she's too busy making shit up. Why would she waste time watching a logician debate facts? Facts. Shout out to Arthur. Welcome to the party. And see, that's like, so if you were to ask me about Wesley, I'd be like, I don't know who the fuck that is. That doesn't mean I've never seen that. That just means that person is not relevant to anything that we're doing.
Paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the...
So you want answers, but you don't want to give any answers. Okay. Hey, shout out Matthew King. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We are getting into this, and there are people on both sides. Did you see this? If not, what do you think about Candace? And tell me. All right, let's dive back in.
Going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office.
The call is coming inside
wash
the
their
house.
hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony...
which then leads to the fact that the people who do know better and are espousing ideas should maybe take a little bit more responsibility.
Wash their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody...
Yeah, and this is why I'm not saying that, the official narrative is obviously true. I'm just saying Candace doesn't have the justification to make her claim.
To have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
all that and didn't even answer the question? And yet she still ends that, well, with, it just doesn't feel right. Like, okay, fair. But what is the evidence behind? It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing.
Okay, she did say that.
We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't.
But wait, did we not get that footage of him? I'm going to look for that. Try to believe in our outer worlds beyond the ice wall before I believe this. Oh, Jesus. I did see that. Book Talk was not happy. Like, using big words is ableist. What? Yeah. Get that shit out of here. What was
you
I
get that?
Sure.
We got a picture.
The video.
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy,
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that.
Patsy.
Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
I
don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So,
okay. So before we go, what else? Let's see. What do we got here?
Well, welcome to the show. Thanks for being on standby with us this morning. That was a continuation this morning with that same witness.
There's a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus the same way that he did previously on foot.
You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what do you believe is Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Okay.
Says Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
Wonder why. He's like an old man.
And again, were you able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay.
So that is.
So that looks like a video to me. That looks like a video to me. King said she seems very sure the court case will shed light on her claims. It could happen, but if you believe that, you should have something, anything, to show from how you got from A to B. Bingo. Exactly. Now, they said, I feel like they've done more than enough evidence. They have more than enough evidence to bury this dude. I don't think the deliberation is going to take long. Sometimes it's just a whack job with a rifle. Sometimes. Yep. We never know. I had a feeling. I got you, brother. Because I'm genuinely shocked at the amount of people who think that the state is just going to publish all the evidence before the conclusion of a trial. Yeah, right. This will end like JFK. No one will get jail time. Very possible. But if Candace is right, which I maintain is a possibility, and he was a patsy, then I think someone will go to jail. And yeah, I mean, we just so she wants this level of clarity. I mean, who else was on the campus wearing those clothes with a limp on that day? And so fair. That is a fair question. Is it him? But that's the question. The answer that it's not him requires something additional that she does not have. Play.
And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
Just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't.
What? Send him away to live on an island and pretend that they killed him? Maybe.
Mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture, and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
And then we'll talk Erika Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regard.
All right, part 3.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So,
do you though? Do you really, Andrew?
So, no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer.
I need to start doing that. The way I like to, like if I bring someone up or I'm in a debate, then, I just establish, look, I understand that we're going to be talking past each other and you might interrupt and whatever. The one thing that I ask is when I ask you a yes or no question, please give me a yes or no first, and then you can elaborate or give caveats or whatever.
Sure. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to...
We can agree on that.
So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across
We know, Candace, you did this all publicly. Sounds like you're trying to buy time.
our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a mail.
Right, but you showed up, or technically you invited them into your home explicitly to ask questions. So you can't then be offended when they come to your house and ask you questions.
The meta conversation.
Right,
but
okay,
debate.
so now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're saying.
Transcending.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
my
a
la-
This is called muddying the waters or poisoning the well. So before any of the questions come, she's already going to poison her audience to think, oh, this guy is trying to do this, that, and the other. And maybe he is. But you haven't seen that yet. And so trying to call it out is weak.
To ask the questions.
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Well,
So wait, literally saying, I believe if people in the upper echelons found out that it was Israel, they would sweep it under the rug. There's a responsibility in the at the federal level to craft narratives that minimize dissent. So you're calling her a Fed? Agreed. Angie poisoned the well as soon as the debate started. It's not just her. I don't necessarily agree. I think that there's a difference between framing what's going to happen and what she's doing. But there's no clear line. So agree to disagree. Now, these people always seem to gloss over the fact that all this speculation from her started with a dream she had. That's what started all of these questions. Yep. Well, I think you're way off on this because I think there's more people that watch Candace by a significant amount than watch Andrew. And so even if every single person was just like, I'm going with the person that I like, regardless of what is said, then Candace still, quote unquote, wins. So I think this is going to do gangbusters for her. I think only more and more people are going to start watching her, for better or worse. Which is why any type of claim that we're trying to shut people up or stop people from talking doesn't fit.
Join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team,
This
but
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask.
I
I'm going
know.
to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
I don't already know what you're going to ask. Yeah, that's how conversations work.
Yeah, okay.
I get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the
That's what as far as you know means.
context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know
He's not asking for certainty. He's asking as far as you know.
what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say
She can't certain. She doesn't know if she knows it or not. She doesn't know if she knows it or not. This is where she really loses ground. All along, she's been doing a decent job of framing the argument on her grounds. This is where she just fucking loses it. And I don't
5
mean
sets
like
of prints were
So
on
that
screaming and stuff, but loses that
would
ground.
be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay.
familiar
Offensive.
with this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no.
You invited them in your home to ask you questions. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? Like, what did you anticipate this was going to be? What did you think this was going to be? You invited 2 of these people into your home, publicly set this up, and are streaming it live. What did you think was going to happen? How dare you come here and do exactly what I asked you to come here and do?
How dare you?
Yes or no, we're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why
Then stop debating and just have the conversation.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay.
So if she's so confident about all this stuff, then why does it matter? Why does it matter what kind of questions he asked? I thought you had all the answers. And as you established already in this debate, in this conversation, you know the facts better than he does. So the only reason that you'd be this defensive right up front is because you know you're bullshitting.
Great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation,
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French. Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Yet again, give me the timestamp. Give me the timestamp as to when I said Candace said she has all the answers. When did I say that? When did Andrew say that? When did PBD say that? When did anybody in the chat say that? You're just making up a straw man. You just made that up. Who here is talking about Candace having all of the answers? We just want the answers on the things that she said. God damn it. Always run over the goddamn thing. We just want the answers on the things that she said. She has the answers. Again, what do you think we're doing here? What is the purpose of this debate, do you think? This is the only way to keep the grift going. And so this is just confirming what I already thought about Candace. Me too. Me too. Shout out to Sense Tech. Welcome to the party. So the only thing she needs to do is maintain her wine mom audience So the strategy to play strong women's overcoming the patriarchy. Yup. And that is true. But Sense Partek, that is exactly why this ain't going to do anything but benefit her career. For better or worse, maybe she has a turn one day and she uses that big platform to do something good. But that platform is going to grow.
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to
give me a timestamp
to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the right to
do it after, and then I'll make a specific video. A specific video with you. You know, like, I said that I think that Candace has all the answers in the Tyler Robinson case, and I was wrong. If you can find that, I will do that. I at no point claimed that she knows anything. I said that she might be entirely correct. I was very clear about not trusting the narrative. I agreed with her when she said that, it was weird that they paved over the thing and sold the car and all those things. I don't know why you're getting defensive now. You're not even her, and you're getting defensive for her. I never once even inferred that I think, or I'm expecting Candace to know all of everything about the case. That is just not. Maybe you misunderstood what we were doing here. You said, I thought she said she had all the answers. Right? That's me making fun of her not having the answers that she says she has. Really? Did you need me to articulate all the answers that she claims she has? Why would you limit that to the case then? She doesn't know my middle name. She doesn't know how old Morty is. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Just relax and listen. No, we're not doing that. Everybody else heard what I heard. Does anybody else want me to back it up? Does anybody else think that I claimed that I think that Candace Owens has all of the answers about the case? We'll go back. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to go back.
Death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure. So I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah.
Do you feel embarrassed, sweetie? Maybe it's because you have no answers of the things that you claim that you have answers of.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your position.
Candace Owens is the Miss Cleo of criminal investigations. You want to call right now? Miss Cleo going to give you all the answers.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
So how Israel is involved in the death of Charlie Kirk is an answer that I would expect her to have because she made that claim.
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any?
So I think we get when you're saying this, I think you are correct that you misunderstood that when I said, oh, but I thought you have all the answers, when she's saying she doesn't know about the specific things. That is a reference to all the answers of the things that she claimed. That is what was meant by that. Shout out to Miss Cleo.
Positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
That is online brain. Well, they're Christians, so nobody who doesn't like that is gonna go there. Maybe it's Utah. Maybe there's not a lot of fucking shit around, and Chick-fil-A's fucking good.
Because
but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case,
I'm just gonna answer it any way that I want to answer it, and if that's not good enough for you, then you don't have to be part of my team. Okay.
Establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said.
We're not, Candace. That's why we're doing this debate. That's why we're doing this debate, because we don't have the time to go through 700 hours of your bullshit. We boil it down to 4 hours, and what have you shown? Literally nothing. Literally nothing.
This is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material.
Like maybe. Or maybe not. So this is, again, it's not, it's a weird thing. Okay, yeah. Well, ooh, that's weird. And yeah. And so I want to reiterate this, that the idea of keeping your sources a secret in journalism is a well-established thing. Just not for her. Because she doesn't have the resume of having these secret sources that are telling us the truth. Supposed to believe Candace has high level or regular Well, I'm pretty sure her husband is like a legit Fed, right? I don't know, so don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure she could, from that, and then the time that she was in conservative politics, she definitely has a lot of contacts. How far those go, and what we'll see. All right, let's dive back in.
However, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which
what
we've
we've said is on our show is what we.
I'll be looking for that timestamp in the replay, brother. Thank you for stopping by. You have a good one. And I thought it was weird when he's like, why didn't the source leak it to the media instead of you? Like, Candace is media. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that.
Material evidence.
I would say probably the bigger thing is not why didn't you leak it to the media instead of Candace? It's why didn't you leak it to other media and just Candace Owens? That's how I see that.
And other evidences, which
what we've said is on our show is what we said, which is we
said what we said, and we know what we know. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. Fucking Canada.
Feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erika?
Right, it doesn't feel right. And then
Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I?
We're talking about Candace Owens, right? Candace Owens never said that Erika and TPUSA participated? Or is she using participated as physically doing something? So, well, they paid for it and they planned it, but they didn't participate in it because is that where she's going? Because I'm pretty sure she said that specifically. Or Jarvis and Gerard. Feelings are non-facts. Yep. Oh, yeah. 500K. I said Alex Alex Jones always protected his sources, but made sure they were delivering proof of their claims. She just takes their word for it. At least it seems that way. My sources said an Israeli shot my friend. That's about it. Sense says she doesn't remember most of the shit she said, but she's confident as fuck regardless. Wham, man, right?
I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Wait, I just went back up.
Erika Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay.
Well, you don't have evidence for any of the other things that you've said, but you said those.
So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said.
We got Dr. Fauci over here. She's one step away from I plead the fifth. And so just zooming out, if you spent the last year covering nothing but what's going on here, would you be this defensive? Would you be this empty in terms of receipts? Would you, is that how you would behave? Candace is the science. Senator Paul, Candace is the science.
On record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the audio is.
Got her. I think
yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
I gotta get one of these earpieces. You can't even see it.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
Me too, bro. Me too. Well, how is that different than what we just said?
Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Israel. Okay, my bad.
He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
I thought she was saying, I thought she was talking about TPUSA. My bad.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erika. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Full confidence.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel. Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over.
I just put the bag out.
I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just
Then
asked me what.
give some. Just give some. You were so clear about you can bring clips and you can bring documents and we'll pull this up and we'll pull that up. And he's just asking for that. And now you're getting mad again. What are we talking about?
Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes.
Hold on. I gotta put out an apology. I accidentally, in a fit of quickness and trying to get things done, I accidentally put our great Funkmaster General as the sponsor of the stream. However, Wicked is the true sponsor. My apologies. Thank you, guys. Don't forget, you can still get treats for Morty, and you can add more push-ups. All right, my bad. Let's dive back in.
I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue
positive
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say I think.
It's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence.
to think?
Oh, did they go back to the 300K? That, I mean, well, you know, not like she fucking needs it. It's not like Andrew fucking has it. Yeah. Stop asking for evidence. You came here to ask for evidence, and now you're asking for evidence, and I don't like it because you're fucking with my grift. No, again, both of them know the facts of the case way better than I do. But I know how people act when they are on their back foot. And that's it. Shout out to Wick. Shout out to Wick. You indeed are the captain. Let me give you an apologetic dilly. I know you probably don't care too much, but I like to represent the people who support me. So thank you. Speaking of which, we got Real Black Betty in the building. Good to see ya. Candace is so evil she can play Reagan. Tyson, you're asking me for positive evidence? Stop. It's annoying. Amanda, do be like that. They said Candace dropped the ball so hard because of her female brain. Her show is full of shit that makes definite points to Israel and Erika Kirk being involved. Somehow she just didn't present any of it. Yep.
You think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence. I'm
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why.
I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do, but I have to feed the puppy. Thank you so very, very much. Real Black Betty with a $2 make you holla. And of course, train board, I can't stretch any further. Are you okay? I know you want that. You're not going to not eat that. I know you better than that. I know you, old man, getting all feisty. Thank you so very, very much to Real Black. Oh, that's not an L. Real Black. Oh my God, I can't type. Betty, bam, bam. Thank you. Very much appreciated and puppy fed. Thank you so much.
Walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to
that.
this debate.
Oh, honey. You lost on the substance of the debate, but I claim that I know Israel is here, and I'm not willing to tell you why, but you lost.
Stupid. What?
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. As the angrier they get, the more full of shit they are. That's been my experience. I said shit. Me too. We said, still can't say Andrew won, though, since he didn't justify the Fed's narrative at all. At least she tried. Fair enough. Speculation nation, feminization. Oh, dilly that. I like a rhyme. I'm partial to a rhyme or alliteration. The groups discriminate against her because of her weird eyes. Oh, come on. Oh, God. Shout out. Again. Andrew looks good here. No homo. Seems like jam two prompts together because both sides probably wouldn't agree unless they got their prompt in there. Yep. Actually, I ain't gotta do shit. She's just fucking... I mean, I don't know what she expected. I don't know what she expected from this. Colonel said it would have been funnier if they played a joke on her and canceled when she got to town, telling her she got banned. Well, that would be difficult because it is at her house. She wanted to be at her house because she's pregnant, so she wanted them to fly in. So they're in her living room. But that also would be funny. Anything else? Wait, yeah, right. Crazy. Realize. There, oh, that's not it. There you go. Thank you. Real Black Betty again with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, of course, that treat for the overlords. And French lawsuit makes Candace go away already. I kind of was with her on the Macron stuff. But, yeah, no evidence there either. She got the 360 view. Oh, man. Shout out. Wait, what did I miss from? Wait, what did I miss? Oh, I missed it. I don't see it. Unless you're behind again. Lamb. Brother. Yep. Zedges! All right, thank you so very, very much. Let's dive right back.
Moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of?
And so again, even if it's like, well, that's not really part of the debate, but I'll give you the TLDR. That's what I would do. If I was in a situation where I'm making a claim and everybody's saying, no, the government's saying you're wrong. Even if something else was brought up, especially something that came out of my mouth, I'd be able to address it. I'd be like, fuck. But I don't have to do that. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. You're not my dad. Okay.
What our debate claims actually were.
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
I mean, he's not like, I mean, as much as I don't love the dude, he's pretty fucking solid on that shit.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. Okay,
so there we go. Then it's done. We figured it out. You're just yapping about what you think. You don't have any evidence of anything. You don't have any justification for things. You're just yapping about things I think about at work. You are not an authority on anything. You're not a journalist. You're just some bitch yapping. And that's okay. That's okay. But own it. I'm surprised she didn't hit with that. I know you are, but what am I? I mean, seems like it's about to pop up in the next 5 minutes.
Feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel?
No, they don't care. They're just stupid wine moms that just sit around and want to hear a good story. They don't care about the evidence. They don't care about that. What? If I'd been watching Candace for the last year, I would be deeply, deeply offended by what she just said. Now, I'm not stupid enough to do that, so it may not be that they're intelligent to understand that she just insulted them directly, but she did. Schooled your ass. Yep. She's an imaginative child with a bad attitude. Yep. Hey, we got Boggs in the building. Welcome to the party. Ain't nobody got time for that. Candace is a good kid because she doesn't appear to own an African ceiling bird. Not in this room. Just not in this room. They soundproof it. So they got to have it somewhere. So that's in the bedroom.
Would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to...
Whoa. No, you don't care about the facts. That's why you watch my podcast.
Stupid.
What is the timestamp on this? Here, I'm going to do that. We're going to do that. I'm going to take that. Just in case that clip doesn't come around, I'm going to make my own little clip there. Because that is wild. That is the entire thing here. That is the entire debate. That is the entire discussion. That is everything. That is everything. You've just explicitly stated that the people who watch your podcast are not interested in truth or evidence. They just like to hear the stories. And again, that is fine. But then stop acting like it's something different. Stop acting like you came with receipts. Stop acting like you have facts. Stop acting like you have knowledge and just call yourself a storyteller. That's fine. I can't say that. I followed, I like Candace's content for a decent amount of time. A decent amount of time. I didn't know about her back then. But before she was with the Daily Wire, I was all about her. I think Brett Cooper was, of the Daily Wire legacy crew. Brett Cooper was the most fun. And then you have Matt Walsh and Knowles kind of up there. But I thought Candace was at least over Ben in terms of my preferences. But then she fucking lost it. I don't know. They literally don't give a fuck about anything but vibes, stories, and not so covert feminism. And they're absolutely steadfastly certain about their righteousness. Women, am I right? Nikki Southern Crohn's met when he was a 14-year-old student and she was a 30 to 40-year-old teacher. That's the story, not the sex change stuff. I mean, I didn't look into it, but that's where I last left Candace, being like, well, why don't we have any pictures of her pregnant? Why don't we have any pictures of her as a little girl? But I didn't really, care that much. Oh, she hates the whatever. She should podcast. She should start the what if podcast. Got her. Got her. All right, here we go.
Assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
Wait, I want to play it in full one more time.
Just allowed since if you
Thousands of people.
professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across.
Okay, I was acting it for a little bit, and I'm going to do my own timestamp here. Boom, boom. You know, got to ham it up a little bit. You got to grift the grift. But damn.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
You know, my mom's Chinese, right? And I have pictures of her being pregnant. So, conspiracy debunked. Well, technically, I'm in the same position that Candace is at this moment. So we're talking about the real conspiracy that you never see a pregnant Chinese woman, but they're a bunch of Chinese people. So I am now claiming that I have photographic evidence of a pregnant Chinese lady. So somebody was going to say, okay, you say you have this evidence. Can we do a sit-down live IRL podcast where you prove that? I'm like, yeah, of course. You got to pay me $300,000 and you got to come to me. And then when you ask for the picture, I get all defensive. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening here. Oh, what? So it's just, she's the only pregnant Chinese woman ever. Okay. All right. Candace source, an online nickname anonymous 123.
Nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt
this. It's not a conspiracy,
this.
though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble from...
Saying something to the federal government does not denote whether something is or is not a conspiracy.
Making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. Mm-hmm. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it? If I'm not trying to regulate
anything. I'm asking.
Nope. Again, just asking for the justification behind the things that you are saying. Shout out to Brian Thorpe. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So my theory is Jesus was actually Indian. I saw it in a dream one time. Well, according to Candace, that is fact. And I am indeed the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. If you are new here, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So make sure you subscribe. And you know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again, including the double feature movie night over on Rumble this Sunday. As always, we will start pregame here on YouTube and then drop the link to go watch whatever movies you guys picked that my immigrant parents missed out on showing me that are classic American movies that I need to know. Like that assimilation, right? Welcome to the party. Let's not back. Yeah.
In like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it if I'm
not
allowed
trying to regulate
say
anything. I'm asking very pertinent
you're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just
literally
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure.
No, we need to move on from that because everybody's going to clearly see that you lost this, but I'm running away from the topic, but because you lost. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Real Black Betty again. With the $2 make you holla. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Pregnant Chinese are a Jewish conspiracy. I have the proof. But don't you dare ask me about it.
people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have
Asking
prepared.
questions.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to,
going to kill that France?
I hate that fucking. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Just talking points. This is just like talking about tactics. This is just a way to get away from what is being asked of you. I have a source. I mean, it was dated before Photoshop existed. I'm pretty sure, or at least consumer-wise, but
Kill Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you
like,
passed down that
you
message,
don't even like hear. Maybe he just didn't hear you. Maybe he just didn't understand as you were fucking yapping that that's what you said. Why are you so defensive? We're just asking you to verify the things that you said. That's it. It's funny to me how, like, people that are, you know, well established like that, how insulated they can be. They can just never, ever, ever, ever have to have their views challenged. As long as they do it in a way that people like, that's the game. That's the game. We're just asking questions. That's it. Just like you, Candy.
He said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that
Okay, so do you have any? If you make a report with the federal government about something like that, then you'll get some type of notice or paperwork or email at least that says, okay, your thing has been whatever. This is what it is. Here's the number. Where's that? You can block out the entire thing. Any relevant details, like any personal details. Show us that. I expected her to come in with fucking receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt. I genuinely was ready to be like, oh shit, she might have done figured some shit out. I was ready to do that, as I always am. But you have presented nothing. Literally nothing. Yeah. And when's the last time she left it? The Daily Wire, which is its own echo chamber as well. So we thought a woman was a man? Well, again, it's an ugly ass woman, but still, she definitely is dumb. He said, there's a single photo of me before I was 6 months old, or my brother before he was 2.5. Do you even exist? How do you know?
Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct.
So weird that Trump isn't concerned with your conspiracy theories about Israel and France coming after you. That's so weird. That's so weird.
Office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, can we see that? Can we see that?
Yes, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Okay,
Yes.
email.
Email
So
was,
show the
I've
email.
been told
I have
somebody.
Show the emails.
Information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and
Would you be willing to put money on that? I don't know, but I think that Knowles gets higher views than Walsh. I don't know. You want to put $10 down? Let's do it. $10. I genuinely don't know.
Was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they
but again, just show us that you made this report.
do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So
because it's
if
bullshit.
that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because
So you have the receipts. So let's see them. Because it sounds like you're making this up too.
And
Who
right
asked
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I
totally
always
different
say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she
Oh, what?
emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Fair, but we know that that's not, how things work. Let's see. So Matt Walsh has almost 3.5 million subs, but we'll go by. So we'll skip that one. 5.7. Oh, this is a trailer. That's why. Okay, so we go from 71, 21, 128, 217, 1. So we'll say between 1 and what did this one get? The big one. Oh, 1. Yeah. So we'll say between 1 and 200K. Oh, Michael Knowles has about the same. No, right? He said so 3 million. He's got 2.5 million. We go to his videos. Skip that first. 16K. 7. Oh, you're right. You're right. When you're right, you are right. Damn, by a factor of 10. By a factor of 10. Shout out to Box, who somehow knows what the fuck is going on with the Daily Wire. What's the Daily Wire? What's the joke? I don't know. What? Hey, real Black Betty again with the $2 making Morty. Hello. But how dare you? How dare you question a strong black woman? Oh, they hate it. They hate it. But this works. Thank you. So, very, very much. Let's update the banner and dive back in.
Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know?
I think it was more than that because there was like 230 something watching on Candace's. I think there was like 25K on Andrew's and then more on this one. This is an event. There is no way. Oh, yeah. Okay with that. There was no way that I would not be able to. It would be irresponsible of me to have this platform and not cover this. Like we had to talk about it. You know? Oh, one day, baby, one day. Keep supporting, and we will get there. I ain't leaving, and like I always tell you guys, we are way closer to the beginning than we are to the end.
We don't
How
know.
could they?
No,
They
how
didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they?
No,
They
how
didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is,
Yeah, I thought you were so angry, Candace, about going outside of the purview of the debate. And here you are, sticking on a point. outside of the purview of the debate.
There's more on
Well, I sent the email assuming that you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen. And which
her audience? Wine moms.
Which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send
especially
the source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
So actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question.
executive
and then I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following.
Mhm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they
I
haven't
think
called you.
then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but
Let
when
me
you
government.
ask you one
did-
question.
but
Let
when
me
you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring you
Okay.
to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do.
I'm right there with you, Ty. I think there's going to be because obviously with all those people watching, there's going to be a lot of commentary, and so this is like level one of okay. This is the debate itself or the words specifically that they're saying. But someone like me is not going to be able to parse through. This piece of evidence leads to that. I don't know that. People who are more familiar with the case and more familiar with the law. They're then going to break this down, and it's going to have ripples throughout the entire landscape. Keep an eye on that timer, guys. When the timer goes up, the chat goes to members only. That doesn't mean that the show will be interrupted. If you're not a member, you can still watch, and I keep the Rumble chat open for you guys because I'm just that so fucking nice.
Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy.
But Box, I mean, again, maybe, but I feel like this whole thing of psyop that's so overused. That's you remember what happened to the word racist, where 15 years ago people cared about being called racist. And then everything was racist. And now that doesn't mean anything. So if we just call everybody who's like, that doesn't seem logical to me, it must be the government setting her up there to... Maybe she's just been a grifter her whole life, as you said and saw it with your own eyes. And maybe this is just the next grift. You guys have to stop assuming that anybody who doesn't agree with you must have ulterior motives. Some people are just stupid, and some people just have a different worldview. That's it.
They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing that's funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said,
Whoa! Game over. He's got sources. Real Black Betty with another. Again. Thank you so very, very much. Racist. Jew, 24/7. Yep. And I mean, I agree. I do think she is a grifter, and grifter is a good word for that. But I do think that people also overuse the word grifter. Like, grifter is specifically, saying things that you don't believe so that you can convince people to give you money, attention, so on and so forth. I think that she is a legitimate grifter. But again, that word is so overused that we should be careful. We should be careful, because then when we are able to actually, hey, look, that's actually a grifter, then in the same way, that would be, look, that's racist. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Shout out to Adam, member for 8 whole months. Thank you. And welcome to the party. Of course, member chats get a treat for the Overlord. Welcome. Oh, man. Is it really snowing in Florida? Or are you just having a good time? Welcome to the party.
Sources claim all of them really think
her next niche. She's found her niche before, and then she found another niche again, and now she found a third niche, fifth niche, whatever you want to call it.
Claim that there is, none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those
show
things.
Show us that. What are you, whatever you just appealed to? What picture? Show that picture. Do you not have a whole fucking team back there? Again, I ask, what did you think we were doing here? Why do you think these people were invited by you into your home? Unless the grift is strong and she's purposely only giving enough so that her fans are going to be like, oh, this guy's, he's talking about blah, 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 blah. So then she can spend the next 6 months, because now she's burned up all the theorizing and shit. But if she does have some receipts for this, that, and the other, she's got 6 more months. She can go through this entire thing, point by point by point, and be like, see, I showed this. Just because I didn't have it right there, blah, 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 blah. And they will eat it the fuck up. Colonel said, I don't believe she really believes what she says. She may be studied Adam Green, and she may have studied Adam Green, said, I can do that too. Anybody could. It's not as easy as it looks, probably, but it can't be that hard. Spit on that thing! Well, I didn't mean to hit that one, but if it fits. All right. Welcome, Adam. Let's dive back in.
Her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because for example, when I just the other...
But you just explicitly stated that no, they don't want to see the evidence, and that is why they watch your content. You explicitly stated that. What? 239. Here, because I'm going to forget. 239. 28. We went to 231. 231.
Sure, how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you...
Hey, shout out to Humble Pie. Welcome to the party. A whole lot of bullshit that has been not proven, but strongly it's strongly evidenced to be bullshit from Candace Owens. Welcome to the party. This is what she said about her audience earlier.
How you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well, And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is
that not there?
ultimately
And
going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to
I went
think.
back a little bit.
And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure
Of thousands or hundreds of
Okay, yeah,
thousands
yeah,
of
right.
people.
it in a sentence.
Right.
If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like,
That's why they watch my podcast. They don't want the evidence. That's why they watch my podcast. They're so stupid, they just want the story. Bored wine moms don't care about the truth. They care about the story. That's why they watch my content. Unquote.
I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I was
actually,
just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
Candace isn't.
How
I
would
was
that-
talking to PBD.
How would
about
that
it.
legitimize? Well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy?
Yeah, I definitely don't think, I was saying earlier that I'm not saying that, oh, the official narrative is definitely correct and it must be whatever the government says. No. That is a different thing than going on Candace's explicit claims of TPUSA, Erika Kirk, Israel, France, all these things. And there definitely is a lot of coordination with things like this. But I really do think that there's just some chick off a rocker. I could be wrong. And as I said before, everything that she's saying could be absolutely proven to be correct. But at this point in time, she does not have the justification to say what she is saying. The report was never in question. This bitch is wildin'. Same thing. Jokes.
Everybody believes it. How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of
I
that?
am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true.
Absent from this conversation. All I can do is judge you based on what you present. You made this big fucking deal about getting $300,000 in your own home. And you have given not a single shred of anything. Somebody before said she was trying. Is she? Is she though? How about you try to back up anything that comes out of your fucking mouth?
Presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never
Not
seen
here.
it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well,
I don't know why Andrew's not asking her about that. I'm like, okay, well, show me some. I don't understand why he's doing that.
I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm
don't.
saying.
Well, don't you think
But I am-
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what
Well,
I
Did she? Don't you think the questioners should be questioned as well? I'm not committing a crime. I didn't think you were, but now, I mean, maybe we need to look a little bit deeper.
I mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like-
No, like in the moment when you invite people into your fucking house to ask you questions. My God. It's a better living room than mine. Well, it's either, it doesn't seem like an actual living room. It seems like a set, but this is an actual living room. The TV died, so I don't have a TV down here anymore. But I don't do anything but sit in this chair and talk to you guys when I'm down here. Otherwise, I'm in bed. Answer the question, Claire.
If you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
So
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
isn't that a double?
Remember, guys, you can push off the time before the chat goes to members only. Any donation will increase the time. We got about 10 minutes before we go to members only, unless you keep it raging. I know what that is, but I don't remember where it's from. What movie is it from? I definitely. Is it, it's not, is it? It's not Mean Girls, right? No, there's no Claire in Mean Girls. What am I thinking of? But it's like a, duh. Yeah. Seen it a bajillion times. Silence? What's silence? What? Huh? What? What does that mean? You can't hear anything? Are we good? What does silence mean? Yes? Good? No? Bad? What does that mean? Oh, Jesus.
Standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what, that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah.
If you don't want him to infer things, then just answer the questions. There's no inference needed if you give the actual, just say the thing. Just say the thing.
Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions.
Yup, that's what this is for, bud. That's what this is for, sweetie. Yeah, that's... hello, Clarice. And a Chianti, even though it's Chianti.
And don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because I doesn't need to be made.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame...
Okay, but more than one person can sow seeds of distrust. It's not while they're doing it, so therefore my bullshit doesn't mean anything.
What?
I said I was more bothered by people rejoicing his deletion than his deletion. That's a tough one. Yeah, both were fucking raw. Not good. Let's give our boy Charlie Kirk the R.I.P. Dilly Dilly. Which we should have done at the beginning, but I'm stupid.
On Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero. I'll be fair with you. Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
Typical female catastrophization.
I think there was some PR there.
It's like Candace is the worst thing ever.
Done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erika Kirk or Erika actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
So that means no. That means no. You're not getting into a legal pickle if you have evidence that leads you to that, and yours, even if it's not true. That is a loss.
Loser.
Game over.
Murder of Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly,
because she's lying,
that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would, at this phase. I would.
Clearly, we know you love asking questions. We're trying to get you to answer some.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into.
So remember in the beginning when Andrew was like, hey, I'm down to all the, if I just ask you a direct question, please just give me a direct answer. She's getting mad that she's feeling like she's being deposed. And just asking questions. I thought that there was nothing wrong with that.
What we know to be true of 80% of homicides, it's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier,
How do we know that, Candace? Do we just guess? Do we have vibes, feelings, or do we have evidence? Nick E said, people are murdered every day, but people don't generally celebrate murder unless it's a PDF in prison. I think we can all agree, fuck those guys, they had it coming.
Bingo.
Yup. No, I'm not even somebody who's going to celebrate that death. That's not something that's like, oh yeah, let's fucking go. I think it is a positive thing for society, but it's still a bad thing that is how someone operates and that someone had to die. But definitely not losing any sleep over that shit. Yes, no answer is impossible, bro. She's a woman, pregnant. That true. More like
someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that, like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty good organization.
It makes me feel icky that they did it in a timeline that I didn't expect. What the fuck are you talking about, bitch?
And there's $100 million incentive. People, this is
what $100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play a video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erika's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
So remember, guys, she said. I mean, she didn't. She said a lot more words than that, but she explicitly said, "I never said anything close to the fact that Erika Kirk or TPUSA were participated," was the word she used.
Also just asking,
and so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Got her! Got her! In case you missed it.
That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow.
Got her. So were you lying then or are you lying now? Were you lying then? Or are you lying now? Real Black Betty adding to the push-ups with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. Of course. A treat for the overlord. Thank you for the $2. Said she's just mad she didn't get to marry Charlie. That seems like one of the most obvious is the wrong word, but like without any real information, without her, being able to read her mind or anything. Now that is something that I would say is a theory or a speculation. I speculate, along with Real Black Betty, that she's just mad she didn't get to marry Charlie. That is a different thing than me being able to, or me establishing that I know that she's doing all this because she didn't get to marry Charlie. And she is going to the second lane and then wanting to act like she's in the, well, I'm just saying things. I'm just theorizing. You can't stop me from thinking. I think your brain cells are doing that. Thank you again. So where are we at? That brings us to 447 out of 400. We are good there. 6 out of 15 and 104. 104 for the night. So we will keep the party raging another few minutes for the non-members. Shout out to Real Black Betty for keeping the party raging. Candace pretty sad she became this retarded. I mean, not really my thing, but hey, whatever. Didn't Candace make a whole multi-part series just about Erika? I'm pretty sure. Again, I didn't watch that bullshit, but I'm pretty sure. Can lead a fool to knowledge, but you can't make her think. Oof. One more describe Candace is spiteful. Indeed. Yowza. All right, the party rages on.
There is why it is impossible for me to think that Erika Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erika Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death.
So now she's playing word games again. But she's trying to, in the clip, she's trying to say that if you believe, what the fuck? If you believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, then you must be in on it. That's not word for word. I know she didn't say exactly that. That's the substance of what she's claiming. If you believe Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, then you are involved. I wouldn't even say that's semantic obfuscation. She's out and saying it. She's not twisting anything. She's just wrong and stupid and making a correlation fallacy or some bullshit. But just because somebody believes that Tyler Robinson did it does not mean, very obviously, that they were involved. Otherwise, the majority of people would be involved. And again, I'm not saying that I personally affirmatively believe that Tyler Robinson did it. It does look like that. But it wouldn't be the first, psyop, conspiracy, assassination in recent history. But Candace does not have the juice to say what she's saying. She's being corrupt gaslighters and liars. Yep.
You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit?
Yeah, all right, he got this.
It in.
Yes.
How she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips, like I said.
You're pushing a narrative by believing things that are different than me, and that's shady and makes you complicit in the narrative that you may or may not actually believe. What?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in.
The whole thing.
Now you're chopping it
Play
up.
the whole thing.
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date.
But then explain it. We're showing the clip, but you're here. You're here. So give the context of the clip.
He did that interview, and Erika, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" and she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erika for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence.
Good one there. Good one. Got him.
Right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erika, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know.
Just accuse her of murder.
Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So
What
this is
was
a conversation.
How would that make her?
What was nothing? What even does that? What?
Down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. Again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let
In
me
the
finish my
narrative.
sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that
Spit
then
it
you take a
out.
look at this and you go, okay, well, this
Today,
is weird.
Junior.
Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then
Honey, you just described yourself. Holy projection. That's exactly what you're doing in this moment. That's exactly what you're doing in this moment. Let's run it back in case you missed it.
being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer.
What did you say when you were asked? Well, I don't want to get myself into a legal pickle. Holy projection. I mean, we get the projection of people calling projection, the double projections. Those are great. But I think that might have been the most gargantuan example of projection that we have ever seen. Well, when she sits down with somebody, she doesn't have anything. Who, you? Yeah, you.
Publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So
we don't because you won't explain it. Yeah, I'm about saying, was Charlie really reeling in all these baddies? A lot of people say that Erika, they were a marriage of convenience, of, pushing forth the conservative TradCon thing. I mean, who knows? I think there's a lot of areas, a lot of industries where marriages are more than just, two people wanting to be together. But it doesn't really matter to me.
she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her
It is going to
lawyer,
work because you're not
and
saying
her
anything back. So it's working.
lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife.
She just lied. We caught her in a lie.
She calls him on the phone, pardon.
First, you said something else, and now it's the phone? Were you lying then? Or are you lying now?
Me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erika saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things.
Say more.
I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's probably.
Projection. How can she seriously not hear herself? How can she not hear herself accusing Erika of doing exactly what she's doing in this moment? That's crazy. By the time a PC hearing occurs, they have the evidence to prosecute. Maybe they just didn't want to share it with Candace. Crazy conspiracy. But maybe Erika lied to Candace because of all the bullshit she was doing. I'm just throwing shit out there. I'm not claiming that's what happened, like what Candace is doing. I'm just saying, maybe she lied to you to make you look stupid because you wouldn't leave her family alone. I said, quote, I don't be lying. I just be forgetting when I ain't telling the truth. And then, well, there you go. There you go.
He's involved. They
But
made an
I
arrest.
don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit? And in what?
Well, I've already told you it. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the
Maybe she actually believes that.
public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
It's not. It's not. So I want to give a big shout out to everybody who donated. Do not go anywhere. Twitch, we are going to have to say goodbye to you. So I'm going to drop the Rumble link in the chat for anybody who is for anybody who's not a member. Head on over to Rumble. I have the chat open here. You're not going to see it on the screen, but I will definitely interact with you. If you got something good, I'll even pull it up and put it in the chat for you. So go on over there. Or if you just want to hang out here, then nothing is going anywhere. It's just the chat, and you can still use those super chats. So let's first say goodbye to Twitch. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Boom. Y'all gone. Great name. Sign up as a member right now. Glow just dropped the link. It's $2.99 a month. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, we do this after party where it's just the disciples. Here we go. Shout out to the disciples. It's time for the after party. All right, so we already hit the movie night goal. Still double points if you want to do that. I don't know, but of course we can add push-ups and get Morty more treats and more peanut butter. Let's party on! Thank you all for being here.
Killed Kirk. If she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe,
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so
Are you a mind reader or are you just yapping again?
when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when,
we
Yeah,
don't have,
let's play.
like-
Let's just play the entire catalog of the last year of hour-plus long streams.
like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing? You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erika is just
Erika was
complicit in believing it.
when I
Her own words. Doctored clips.
re-examine her actions backward because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erika was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me
Yes, shout
some
out.
lies. And so
Shout out to anybody who is new. I very, very, very much appreciate those subs. Again, if you are new, I am live what in the fuck is going on? I had all of them. I got all of them. Where did they go? I set up the traps. I got rid of whatever. Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So please do hit that subscribe. And YouTube sucks with those notifications, so just ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again, including the double feature movie night of classic American movies that I never got to see because I have immigrant parents. I need to be assimilated into America. So come on through.
the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Oh, now you want to find it. Now you want to find it. How about you find it before the debate? You know, like being prepared, you know, like a professional.
No, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed.
I didn't want to find the truth. I just wanted to yap
With everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you
You don't know anything, girl.
and Erika?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, there. I mean,
I wonder why.
I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like.
I wonder why. You were so close to Charlie. Stands to reason. They'd have some kind of relationship with Erika, unless
there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erika and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mhm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erika. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And
shout out to Trey Williams with the $5. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, a treat for the Overlord. I can't reach any further. Oh, you lazy bastard. He's like, you gotta put it on my tongue. Trey with the 5 said she was his side chick. Prove me wrong. That, sir, I cannot do. Boom. Roasted. Got her. Thank you so very, very much. And that makes you the new sponsor of the after party. Thank you so very, very much, sir. That is 1 out of 5 and 5 out of 25 with our sponsor, the man himself, Trey Williams. Thank you so very, very much. Dive back in here.
I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so.
Wait a minute. Did she just say I didn't think they were going to get married when they were dating? Why were you thinking about that?
And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was.
It's not pausing. There we go. So, I think proven absolutely correctly. Trey, again, with the $2 here. I mean, next time you can just DM me your Discord or something. You don't got to pay to tell me that you paid. Thank you. So very, very much. So the $2 here with the Cash App and the Cash App of another $4 said for the love of the game. Thank you so very, very much. Out sponsoring your goddamn self. Thank you so very, very much. Let me add those because I'm gonna forget. So we have what? So that is 3 out of 5, baby. And we had 2 more. That's 7. Then we had the 4 and 11, baby. Let's fucking go. Uh-oh. It looks like we have a new captain. Wicked is the captain now. A big $20, which of course triggers another scoop. Let's fucking go! Shout!
I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in Japan.
Our new sponsor of the stream. Remember, $10 and up will get Morty a peanut butter refill. We don't want him to shit his brains out. Wicked, thank you. So very, very much. 431 out of 25. Thank you. So very, very much. But we're not done. We got real Black Betty again. Let's see if he wants it. There you go. Thank you, guys, so very, very much. Do I like Myron Gaines? In general, no. I actually, so when Digital Social Hour hit me up to do one of their like 10v1, and they had a bunch of different people. I wanted to do Brian Shapiro, but they film out in Vegas, and it was like, you know, the next week or something. There was no way I could put everything together. And then so other names included Harry Sisson, Sneeko, and Myron Gaines. So I might be in a 1v10 with Myron Gaines. And I'll be able to tell him that there was a time when, hey, I was definitely blue-pilled beta, didn't know shit about Jack. And you helped me see a lot of things. But then you showed me a lot of other things that were not so good. We'll get there. Thank you so very, very much. We got LMP in the building. Welcome. Say, Candace, the walking definition of a woman scorned. Sounds like that's exactly what she is saying. Shout out to Naptime 43. Welcome to the party. And yes, we've got our puppy. I mean, he's 16, but the puppy and Overlord. Asmund, I did not see that. I'm 2 days behind. I'm 2 days. Yeah, right. I'm 2 days behind with the Legendary series because I was watching Orange Is the New Black. But that's why I asked on my community tab about you guys watch later playlists. So like I mean this is a lot just because the World War debate thing happened, and so I go through my subscriptions and I add I'll go all the way back. So like we'll do it now. Actually no, do that. So like what's at the bottom here? So we got the Curtis Connor one. So we go to the subscriptions and we find that one. Damn, I thought I just did this. Oh, no, maybe I did it earlier this morning, but whatever. And so I go back and I find that one, and then anything that looks like I might want to see it, then I am adding it to the Watch Later playlist. I passed it already, but whatever. And so then we go to the Watch Later playlist itself, and anything that is like...
That he hates liberals. Apparently that's all
Shout out to the Legendary series!
It literally only works if they're blind and deaf.
But yeah, so all these debates and stuff that are coming out, these are potential things that we might cover. Or you know, like I gotta get my hot D conversation up there. But yeah, all these different debates, and then 5 days ago, I was 5 days behind. And I caught all the way up to around here. So yeah, I have yesterday's to go. today's and then tomorrow. So I'm a little behind, but yeah, and so like I'll go through it and then clear that up and keep it organized. I'm always curious, like, do you guys do that? Have you guys tried to do that? Did you guys try and fail to do that? Like, just curious. Yeah, no. All right. Shout out again to our new sponsor of the after party. Let's party on. Thank you. Oh yeah, let's back this up again. Just as we were talking about.
Was happy, and I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So.
And then she did, and I got so mad.
It wasn't like I was conscious that I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erika.
So the complicit part about Erika to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erika's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erika's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
What's a big fail? What? Uh-oh, you're too retarded.
That's my opinion. When you tweeted Erika's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erika was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say.
Got her. I mean, it's just simple as that.
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erika after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you.
Yo, what happened to Owen Benjamin? Like, he used to be funny. He used to be on Rogan, and like he was a little out there, but god damn, that motherfucker lost it. That motherfucker lost it.
You bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you just like, well, that's
what you mean. Yeah,
no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest offender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest offender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erika Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you.
Yeah, it's almost like people can be professionals. It's almost like if I was going to have some sort of a debate that needed, setting up, meaning it's not just speakeasy or horseradish. You're like, hey, do you want to do this debate? If it was something that I needed to be more involved with, even though I'm debating Andrew Wilson, it would probably be on something religious. And even though I don't agree with him, it's just a debate. Clearly, you see this as tied to your reputation, which is why you're so defensive. But the rest of us are just exploring and having conversations and debating our opinions. It's just that simple.
You and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down.
Yeah, went to a conference. She went to a conference and now she works there by just going to the conference. I went to DebateCon last year, not the most recent one, but I went to DebateCon last year. Does that mean I work for Modern Day Debate now?
And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
Whoa, we're going to get actual explanations for things? Well, only from one side.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Crazy. Got him. Got him, Candace. You got him.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erika.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erika?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when you
know,
gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly
amazing.
Well, I remember this part, so I'm not going to step on it, but it's crazy how she doesn't hear. You think that you just ask questions and people are just going to give you answers? Isn't that your whole thing? Is you got these sources that are asking people questions and getting answers, and then you're reporting it to us? Not me specifically, but
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other
crazy
than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I,
and
just
don't have
think,
the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said.
So again, yeah, right. Like he's just playing with his food at this point. But like, if it was an actual debate, I'd be like, let's take the interactions that I've had with TPUSA or talked about TPUSA or Erika Kirk specifically or whatever, and compare that to you. Then we look at which one of those on a random person that's nothing to do with Erika Kirk, but that's just the subject of what you've been talking about. Which person would we assume would the third party be willing to talk to? Probably the nicer one. Being nice makes people want to be nice. Accusing people of assassinating their family ain't gonna really do the same thing. Oh, come on, dance it up, brother. Dance it up. We need a hungry dance.
That this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erika too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
they don't
Sending you their horse?
have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer
Do
questions,
you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence. That,
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion.
What did he say?
That I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the
Man.
public that rather than presenting that,
Mhm.
What the fuck is going on?
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer
Do
questions.
you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
Oh, and do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my
Uh-huh.
opinion that I think it's
Well,
going
I
to
never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to
We put the chat on members only, and now the members ain't fucking using the chat.
you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
Do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough
Yeah,
to
do you
do
think-
that?
back on
you
and
think
get
that
people
if
back
you
in
know-
here.
Terrible
What are we
terrible
doing?
PR.
If you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a
But
look.
what
Let's see it.
is that?
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates
That's the next question. Do you have any evidence of that claim?
that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erika, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
Have
an
you
hour
ever
and a
been,
half about everything
hang on,
you've ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erika.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erika, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met?
The sign language. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Well, sometimes I've met people and I didn't like them. Good for you, sweetie. That was not the question. Now, was it?
then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erika, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, but I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that.
She is grasping onto that as if it's her life. Well, you said retarded. You said retarded, so that means you hate them, and now you don't hate them because... Honey, give it up. Give it up. Give it up.
That has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erika had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like
you're a feminist. I can't even make a joke out of it. That is exactly as stupid as my brain can handle. I can't make that sound any dumber. I can't make that sound any dumber. That time said, I actually thought she was just trolling everyone for a minute, but no, she was serious. Unfortunately, dead ass. Yep. A piece of the absolute cope by her is astounding. And the candy cult, or bots, are saying she wiped the floor with him. Mind boggle. Yeah, I saw a couple of let's see, is there any that are right here? I saw a couple polls of people asking. Let's see, is there anything right here? They're from before, so I don't know if it's gonna come up, but yeah, so like wait, you guys can see this, right? Yeah, okay. I voted in this one. I voted for Andrew, but Candace Owens on that one. There was another one. Let's see if it pops up. What was, oh.
Friends in Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
I don't know, but there was a, what is this? Ooh, what do we got here?
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent.
Who's lying? I don't know, which is why I wouldn't make that claim. Yeah, that was, I mean, I don't want to I don't want to like psychoanalyze anyone, but that threw me for a loop. That threw me for a loop. Again. Real Black Betty again with the $2 make you holla. You gotta eat it on camera though. There you go. Got him. Thank you. Real Black Betty said, oh, there you go. The entire Muslim X community voted for Candace. Not surprising. Subversion is their native tongue. Agreed. Thank you. Again, that time said, it wasn't Andrew's strongest showing, so Candace looked like she did better than she actually did. Agreed. And I think there, especially earlier on in the debate, when it comes to the strict facts of the case, it seems pretty clear that Candace has a better grasp on the agreed upon facts than Andrew does. But that's why the framing of this debate isn't did Tyler Robinson do it or not. There was an aspect of that, but that was the concession that Andrew made, and saying, okay, fine, I will debate. There is overwhelming evidence so that I can debate you on your specific claims. And so he's like, fine, I'll take the L on that, but I've exposed your entire shit. I forget the example I used earlier was, let's say that this was a Trump is a fascist debate. And someone was like, well, he did this, that, and whatever, Stormy Daniels. Oh, okay. And so the debate is Trump a fascist, and did he do things bad with Stormy Daniels? I would take that debate because I could just throw away. Yep, I'll concede that entire half of the debate because this is what matters. Your claims, Candace. That's what matters. I mean, I don't know. Then I'd have thought someone would have clued in during the probable cause hearing going over the DNA evidence. She looked scared shitless and actually said, we don't need to see this. You know, like a grifter. Insane. Paying a prostitute to go away isn't fascism, it's capitalism for damn sure. There you go. So that's exactly the same kind of thing. If they smuggled, like if somebody wasn't willing, obviously everybody's willing to have the Trump is a fascist debate, but for this hypothetical, let's say it's a little bit closer to my ideas on the black community, that the black community is a huge detriment to black Americans. And nobody wants to take that debate. So the debate becomes the black community is a bad thing for America, American blacks, but there's a reason that it started. I'll take that debate. Yeah, definitely a reason it started. Okay, is it helping you? No, I win. It's about framing and understanding the prompt itself, the bedrock of what are we doing here. And what we are doing is exposing Candace as a bullshitter.
At September
icon, like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not.
We don't know this, but we do this.
Do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
he just did. You can say it's not an accurate comparison, but he just compared them.
Erika's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent.
So there's again. So we're going to this is again solipsistic. I don't know who said it before. That was perfect. Well, Candace Owens, would do this. Therefore, if she didn't do what I would do, which you don't even know what you would do unless you're in that situation, but let's put that to the side for a second. Because she didn't do what I think I would have done, she must be involved. Logic has left the building.
They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new
normal. The legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's
according to who? According to who? I'm not saying his children are not his legacy, but who are you to say? No. I know Charlie better than his wife, and I know what the dead person would want in the case that he got assassinated. Okay, dude. He has never had a husband die, so exactly. To be fair, Candace isn't a girl boss because she can stop and be fully supported by a man tomorrow. I think that's his point. Like maybe the technical semantic usage, but I think that's his point. His point is that she's not doing this because she needs to. She's doing this because she wants to. The whole girl boss thing is that you could have a modest job and then have a family. Or you could focus on your career more than your family. I mean, technically there is a 50-50 split somewhere in there. But the chances of lining exactly up with 50-50 is not likely. And so he's just saying, in the same way that Erika doesn't have to do X, Y, and Z, she's doing it because of A, B, and C. Candace doesn't need to do her show at all, but she's doing it because she wants to.
legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this is
it,
why people think she's sus.
and his children. Now, for you,
People do think she's sus, but that's a different claim than TPUSA is his legacy. And again, like, fine, maybe you know way more about this than anybody else, but just nope, nope. Give us reasons. Give us evidence. Give us a fucking thought pattern. No. And the fact that this is only going to help her is crazy. He said the girl boss is supposed to be able to have a huge, important career and a family excel at both and need no man to help her. It's a feminist myth that destroyed generations of women. True.
you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
there's always
to take over his company.
There's always objective
According to
outliers
you.
to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is, like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that
Got her.
make the most amount of sense?
Got her. We're saying, yeah, I do have issues with them. Don't you think the best way to address those issues is to work with them instead of sitting behind my desk and saying that they killed their founder and friend / husband? Makes sense to me.
I'd like to state for the record that I think Erika is underqualified from
Nobody cares unless you can justify anything that you're saying. We don't care what you have to say or think. It does not matter. It does not matter what you think about whether or not Erika is qualified. That is irrelevant to all of the everything except your own opinion.
run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific.
Appeal to the majority, fellas, eh? Lots of people think it, so must be true. I thought lots of people think that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Stupid. Falses.
Scientific that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erika Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
Yeah, that's a pretty stupid point. But it is just a stupid excuse. It doesn't lead us anywhere other than to raise our skeptical hippo eyes. Other than that, you got Jack. Because I knew an enormous amount about my ex-husband's business despite having zero education in software engineering. It's almost like it makes perfect sense.
They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erika had to step out. That's why she would have.
No homo, but Andrew looks so much better with the beard. He looks so weird without a beard.
Got gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erika to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like someone just got shot in front of his face, you stupid bitch.
He spoke to Erika immediately. Why did you speak to Erika immediately?
Do you
about her husband getting assassinated? Was that the question? Why are you talking to Erika immediately after her husband got publicly assassinated?
believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence.
And so again, right now, okay, then roll it back. Roll it back. Let's see how much of the beginning of that sentence changes what you said. Notice how she's not saying that. She's just complaining, sowing seeds of doubt. That's why I said he looks weird without a cigarette in his hand, too. Yeah, well, I think that's a little bit more natural. When I see the bare-faced, it just, I mean, do what you want. I'm just saying.
You're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah,
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, the internet, I don't need to.
It's the internet. We can back it up. It's okay.
Say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But
oh, sweetie, yes. Or is it that it clocked it?
In this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories.
Yeah, that's why she's not asking to have it rolled back. She's just making the complaint, so she's throwing it out there so that the people see they just started it here. She's not going to go back and show the context because it won't change anything. I have noticed that shit grows in fucking quick. I assumed maybe like he would shave and then I'd see something a few days later and like it was just pre-recorded, but god damn. Gotta respect a good beard.
I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
Just ask them to roll it back. That's it. Shout out again. Oh, there, he got it. Oh, he got it. Thank you. So very, very much. Except bro looking like a Greek god. No, ain't nothing wrong with being able to see that, this shit look good, this shit don't look good. You gotta know how to make yourself look good. Thank you. So, very, very much. Oh, man, do I have a lot of jobs to do tonight. That brings us to 35 for the after party. Thank you. So, very, very much. It reminds me of the Deadpool with tiny legs for some reason. Kinda. Like, not exactly, but I get you. So she just looks like she's making shit up on the fly, the way her eyes are darting around and looking down. Not a body language expert, but you are expertly crafting that. You know what I mean. Like when I was a child, that my sister, something I don't even remember what it was. My dad had to not even shave off his beard, just shave it down like kind of how I have it. And my sister was, my sister was young, and she just like, what happened? Black Betty, bam, bam.
Do you think that your alternative theory.
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay.
Can he ask the question first?
Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second.
Okay, fair enough. That is not a claim. That is saying this is a thing that might be maybe. Fair enough. I gotta look taller. I can't look tall in real life, so I was like, oh, I'm so tall I can't even fit in the frame.
Set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times.
Where's the smoke?
And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked like
Sean Ryan show.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually.
This was an interesting. I remember this part. This is interesting. So she's saying the guy that killed bin Laden, is saying basically what she's saying.
Since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal
or wind
from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that
Even
box
I know
go
that.
sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds
do
of
weird
energy
shit.
or 2,000 pounds of energy
Yep.
coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between.
Well, ask Grok. Where's my Grok? What was the exact question?
Being shot. How many
pounds?
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06
pounds of energy. Is it? Comes from a. How do you write that? Is it 30.06? 30.6? Is that how you do it? How many pounds of energy comes from a 30.6? Got the exact words that she uses.
being shot 150 yards away? That's a great question for Grok.
Being shot at 150 yards away. I'll let it think, and then we'll get to it.
I'm gonna say.
Well, hold on. We got our boy Dietrich. Welcome to the party. So when the grift crowds the wagon with shillings, you're bound to fall off. How hard depends on how high the bullshit is stacked, as does the diminishing nature of mercy. Damn. Welcome to the party. Kevin said if I had 2,000 pounds of energy, the shooter would be knocked back as well. In fact, people don't fly back when shot. Yeah, see, Mythbusters. All right. So this is Candace Owens' question. How many pounds of energy comes from a 30-06 being shot at 150 yards away? Over 2,000. Oh, so it's point. Okay, so it's like that. Whatever. Depending on the specific, the ballistics. In ballistics, pounds of energy almost always refers to foot pounds. This is typical examples. Yeah. So 2,000. Between 2 and 2.5. Exact energy depends on ammunition, bullet weight, powder charge, barrel length, and conditions, altitude, temperature, etc. 30-06 easily retains well over 1,500 to 2,000 foot-pounds, 150 yards with standard hunting loads. Loads. I don't have a particular load, but I got your load right here. So, fact check. You suck.
Say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and
More
you
like
just
2,000.
go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm gonna just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through.
Okay, fine. You don't buy that. Why is it that you don't buy that? Because it's too much? Because it wouldn't move that way? Because ballistics tells us that, like, what you're just saying things. I don't believe that. That's not true.
On top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through.
I thought you were Christian. How dare you? How dare you? So I guess miracles don't exist then. Okay. I'm just going based on what the Christians
But
say.
I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the
Yeah, right. Like, was he watching a video of each bullet? What does that mean?
videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to start your position as
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a
Yeah. Like he's saying, my dad shot a deer at about 20 yards with the 30-06, and it took off the antlers and the entire back of the skull and brain, leaving the face intact at 1/10 of the distance. Oh, and so what is that? What does that mean? Meaning that the displacement that Andrew's talking about is correct, or you guys don't? I don't know shit about guns and ballistics and all that. You gotta spell it out for me.
You have mass, and the mass is moving in the air. The air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in the air has to move out.
Objection. I feel pretty confidently that she said that because she knows that he's probably right and she doesn't have the information to dispel it. And so she's just, I think you're making it up. Our audience is going to be like, yeah, he's making it up. Why did it go up?
Out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record,
I disagree. I don't have any reasons. I just disagree. So 30-06 took off the antlers and the entire back of the skull, leaving the face intact at 1/10 of the distance. So the further away, the less damage, regardless of the caliber. So meaning it could make sense that it was a 30-06 that hit Charlie. Is that right?
Things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
cuffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Like, what do you, again, I don't even know what the argument is. You're just saying, well, that's weird. And Andrew's like, no, not really. But yeah, but it's weird. It's weird. Real, Betty, again. again with the $5. Let's give him a nice little thing that could make its way over there. All right. Huh. Oh. Got him. Got him. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. So the worst part of this debate was PBD taking a break to sell his stupid ass shoes. I skip over that shit. I woke up. I woke up perfect timing to turn this on, watch at 2x, and I must have finished I must have finished like 10 minutes after the live stream ended. Because I cannot do just regular live stuff. If it's not me, it's too like, because when I'm talking, but like when I'm listening to other people, I can't do it. I've been starting to fucking push it past 2x as well. This week specifically, since I was so far behind, as I showed you on my watch later list, some of the stuff I was watching at 2.4. I just like, let's fucking go. Weird. Shout out again, Real Black Betty. God damn. That's a $40 just in the after party. Hold on a minute. We had Wicked with the 20, but we had 2, 4, 6, and 11. Okay, so we still got our sponsor of the after party, but thank you so very, very much. There we go. That's a lot of I stopped counting the points because the double feature is a double feature, but we're above 450. I'll figure out tomorrow what we're gonna do with that. But a double feature. Thank you.
Here is he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS.
So just to let you guys know, we are past the timer, but Real Black Betty keeping the party alive. Thank you so much.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
She wants to make her own movie of this. Wait, what did you say? You think that? I'm sorry.
That I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question.
Why can't you just answer yes? Typically, with an explosion, there is smoke. But this was some high-level Israel, Mossad, whatever, so that's why you didn't see it. Lie better, bitch. Lie better, bitch.
Okay, any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. Mm-hmm. And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, mm-hmm. I do believe.
Let's get to that clip.
To explore.
If you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up.
This good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bother me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid.
So I just want to point out, so far, Candace was like, well, this guy knows much more about ballistics and air, and then immediately goes to the explosion thing. So if he's talking about the explosion thing, how much does he know about explosives? Because you said he was your sniper expert. Well, it depends on it because this was Candace's podcast. This was Candace's podcast that was also streamed to the Crucible and to PBD. So PBD had his own ads on top of like the waiting thing, but it is the Candace podcast. This was her podcast. So I think, fair. But yeah, exactly. He's not a shirt expert either. But immediately switched up. Not switched up, but went off of the explicit thing that Candace said. It looks shady right off the bat. Okay, fair enough. You definitely more of a an expert than I am. No questions there.
I killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me.
So he doesn't know what he's looking at. It looks weird, and it looks like an explosion. That is not affirmative anything.
Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just cleaning up, and then I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erika Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens.
So this is just more, isn't that weird? This is not evidence. This is not evidence.
For having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by...
I'm looking at her fucking smug face. See? Fucking got him.
Saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
Bingo. I never seen one like that. Doesn't mean it doesn't look like that sometimes. The black swan fallacy. Bingo. Got him. I'm trying to say maybe it was time traveling marsupials that did it. Who knows? Do you have any evidence that it's not? Because I think it is. I don't have to answer any questions. I don't know who you think you are, but you don't get to depose me, even though I invited you into my home to depose me.
You're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And
Right, but we've already established that in real time, you're not going to see anything like that. The only way that you see it is in slow motion. And so unless he has used those explosives and seen how those work on the shirt, then his experience is not relevant to this. Real Black Betty, again, keeping the party raging. Oh, look at Morty pop his head up. Is that for me? Yes, little ninja. Yes, little ninja, that is for you. Oh. All right. Well, you'll get that one later. Here. Oh, I didn't see. Yep, good boy. There you go. Oh, yep. Hey, good job. There we go. He's going blind, but his nose still works. Thank you. So, very, very much. I am not looking forward to these push-ups, man. That's 42 for the after party, and oh my God. We're at like 146. Jesus Christ. On a motorbike. Thank you. So, very, very much. This might be another one where I need to split them up for movie night. I'm not trying to hurt myself. Yeah, right. That's exactly what they want you to think. LB said, for fuck's sake, these idiots, this kind of bullshit is spreading. TikTok is convinced Patrick Clancy killed his kids and framed his wife. Never mind that she admitted to doing it. Insane.
Look to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and
you're not fucking looking at whether or not their shirt is moving.
Shot them. Would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down.
No, he's impeding. He's addressing the validity of your witness, of your source. You're saying this guy said it, therefore. And so now we're addressing, well, does this guy have any reason, or rather, do we have any reason to take his words about this more than yours or anybody else's? You happy? You okay? Can we lay down now? Scared the fucking shit out of me. Dropped the fucking guitar. Jesus Christ.
Buried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an
Well, I mean, if a guy in a video said it.
explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when you
people disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two.
I gotta pee. So shout out to Real Black Betty. The only reason we are still going, there's some time left. There's some time left, so we can keep going. But you guys know what it is. First, I gotta pee.
Fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part.
Exposed her well enough.
So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twiggs clip. That one is important to me. The Twiggs DNA clip.
Yeah,
and they're gonna pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially
don't play it.
watched,
No, don't play it. Don't play it. You don't need to play that.
I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to
Okay, well, we don't know what you're talking about, Candace, so why don't we just watch and then you can respond. We don't need to play it.
Like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out.
Clip. You invited them into your house so that they could ask you as many questions about your opinion and your position as they want. Now it's like, oh, don't play that. No, I don't want to do that.
That there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times.
But yeah, she mogged them.
I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erika Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erika Kirk. All right, Erika, you could just sit down with.
It's almost like she's going to come out and be relevant when you're talking about the assassination of her company and her husband.
Me, Erika, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
Bringing it up.
Yeah, sure.
Straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erika. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that.
Here's one thing I want you to look for. This is solipsistic. This is about me. I'm not Candace. But if I was in this type of situation and and a clip was played of me with the intention of someone saying that I'm wrong, I would be jumping in. She'd be like, oh, I see where you're going with this. You thought I said that, but I was actually saying this, or, oh, yeah, you got me. Oh, I think that's the mom she loves. That makes one of us. Got her.
For you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's a show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect 200.
I mean, it is a Parks and Rec joke. It's a meme. But what is the meme saying? Oh, we're not even interested in what you have to say. You go straight to jail. Can we get away with that? Put a one in the chat if you've not seen the straight to, like, where the straight to jail came from.
$100.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erika should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's.
Oh my God, you dumb fucking bitch. Oh my God. We need to do this. Are you sure that hasn't been done already? No, but we should do this. All right, let's try let's try this. Oh, come on, really? Everything is just fucking her. Where's the original fucking meme? Boo! Yet again. Fucking X search is terrible. And look at that right there. So we ain't gonna be able to play the whole thing in 46 seconds. We should be able to do it. They're at a, it's a town hall meeting, and these people are from Venezuela, and they're seeing how things go in the Parks and Rec universe in Pawnee, Illinois.
Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail.
Right to jail.
Right away. Right? No trial, no nothing. Journalists, we have a special jail for journalists. You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for...
Okay, I don't know. Fucking copyright. I'll give it a little, some type of sound. That should be enough for the last 5 seconds.
Sweaters, glasses, you right to jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook. You make an appointment with the dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away. We have the best patients in the world. Because of jail.
Because of jail. Because of jail. Parks and Rec is all time. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Why is my thing not working? Oh, there it is. You gotta fix that. You gotta fix that. This is all time shit. All right. Dive it back in.
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show.
Or maybe they questioned her and then gave her the shit back because they realized that she had nothing to do with it. Maybe.
Oh. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't
can.
say they
I
owe
can
me
do
something.
whatever I
don't think that's
want.
ever,
I
like,
can do whatever I want.
But if
another
you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
That's
So
why
you're
he's
just
not
saying
making.
what?
That's not why he's not making claims that this should happen. Before you say this should happen, you should ask, has this happened? No? Well, then we should do it.
If they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air
if your
with-
entire thing
just-
is
Projection! A late night projection. Did you catch it or did you miss it? Did you catch it?
saying what if they haven't been?
yeah, if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're
You're just filling the airways with junk. Candace, straight to jail.
no, it's not junk. if the query is why is it that Erika Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because
But it's
something's
not.
wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like
Right.
now you're just
So nobody knows, and only one of you is making the claim. That's the point. That's why we're here, to expose the fact that don't nobody know this shit. And yet, here you are, spouting bullshit that you have no idea about. I think she overestimated how much of this conversation was about the actual case and how much this was going to be about her. It's a common mistake with Andrew Wilson. Well, you fucked up. You fucked up, girly pop. Now, again, unfortunately, it'll only make her more popular. But we know it's good.
kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
during
is
points
to-
like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erika. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erika. The thing is, though,
I would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate.
We? Okay.
You can see we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people.
Define a gotcha clip. You were invited to talk about a thing, saying you can bring up anything that you like. How is that a gotcha? Yet again, just throwing shit out there so that she can sow the seeds with her audience so that when she's back in her echo chamber, see, I knew he was doing that, and he was just doing this, and he was just playing games, and blah, 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 blah. Watch.
For fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I...
Not really, actually, but I mean, we all had fucking K-Rock.
think will register to people as very
Well, wait, I
fair.
expressly
We did not
s-
take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly
repair.
You could have. You could have. But there were none. Were there?
Please don't cut me off. We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of
now we're
contexted clips.
Now we're getting. Well, you didn't explicitly say that this is the worst thing in the world, and so I think that maybe you've just been disingenuous. Girl.
Clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange.
What
That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated.
Yeah, same way you've been framing everything else. So if you're gonna reframe that to the guy with whom you just create or developed this with, why wouldn't you lie to the rest of us about anything?
Shaded out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine. and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial.
Why not? That sounds like you fucked up. But of course, this wasn't about Andrew's claim. So what clips would you have? Again, a fundamental misunderstanding of what is it that we are doing in this room here, sweetie. I don't know. What else do I say? What did she expect was going to happen?
Hearing, and I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of, hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
We got through,
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erika Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is your turning points horse.
Oh,
I think quite a few of them were. Was there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erika? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asked about them.
Okay, well.
She's so fucking stupid. She's so fucking stupid. When he said you're just making shit up now, he didn't mean the number of clips. He meant the fact that you're talking bullshit. Like, well, I said 4, but it was 3. Defensive. Its defensive nature will fuck with your ability to think clearly. I'm disturbed. Down. That's basic shit. That's basic shit. We got our own fucking. I was like, where's the captions? There's no lyrics yet. Stupid.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire. A mic on this gone.
Disturbed is some fucking mall metal shit. Yes, I'm a little bit of a music snob. Sorry. Nope.
Oh,
right.
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet
claims.
Erika is
they are claims.
You go, that's just whatever.
I don't even know what a claim is.
And I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responsible.
Yeah, right, exactly. That is the explanation. I said this because now you have the context as to why I said that and why it doesn't hold any water to have anything to do with Erika Kirk or TPUSA. Oh, honey, trial hasn't even started yet. His defense attorneys aren't really even arguing his innocence, but they are making arguments to keep him alive. It's about getting the death penalty off the table. Bingo. You know, like the law.
Responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you'd like to.
Well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more clip they want to play
one
from 7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
we
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erika. So.
100%.
This is absurd.
This is absurd. It is absurd. It is absurd. Okay. You are absurd.
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Yeah,
I'm just
not.
I've never. By the way,
so that people can
clip first. Okay.
He was like, "Do you want to go on?" And they're like, "No, well, we want to just address the clip."
Come on, guys.
Did this crime? Okay, because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel.
It's fine.
And then notice how she talks over the clip. I mean, Candace, is it cultural appropriation? What did I miss? Ooh.
Okay, because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel.
Well, you said it. You should know what you said.
Crime. Okay, because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
This year
DNA
was 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I
Secret clip? You mean your own fucking podcast that we're on right now? Stupid. A secret clip. I was recording you and you didn't. Oh no, you set up the cameras and you decided to go live with this shit? Apparently.
rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready.
Are you though? Because you've been complaining about it the entire time.
Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
want to
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the.
So you're going to read it on my show but not show it.
Got her. Well, I'll do it on my own show. Got her. That's the theory.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my.
Can
show.
I ask why?
Oh, honey. Oh, right over your head. Right over your head. He's making fun of you. He's making fun of the fact that you're saying, well, you watch my show, you do my show, you look at my, but you don't have anything to present. That's the joke. You are the joke. He's just being you because you are the joke.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my.
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
Got
I
her.
don't know if snark serves you so well.
Projection? Projection. It looks like it's doing him just fine.
I'm just saying, like,
What are you guys saying? Yeah, unless a person is claiming to be from a culture or race you don't belong to, there's no such thing as cultural appropriation. Indeed.
yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
In your house, on your podcast, do we really think that's a genuine interaction? Can I? Is that permitted? You're such a cunt.
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what
I heard people going like, "Oh, she fucking mocked Andrew just based on this." What were the charges? She said.
I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general
Pop
perspective.
quiz Kyla. Pop quiz Kyla. Got a new friend. Like I said, the best part of the preliminary hearing for me is the defense argument that you can't use in endangering the public as an aggravating factor because the intended target was hit and only 1 shot fired. They're already admitting his guilt with that argument, just like Mangione and the attempt to use an insanity plea. I did hear about that, and I think that I don't know enough to fully back this, which is what Candace should be saying about everything that comes out of her mouth. But it sounds to me like they've seen that the case is going to go forward. And as you guys are saying, to get the death penalty off, whether or not they actually believe or are genuinely admitting to it. So, for example, let's say that Tyler Robinson actually is a patsy. The court case for Tyler Robinson is going in such a way where the death penalty is on the table. And so whether he did it or not, it is a smart legal thing to be like, okay. We shot it, but it was only once, so no death penalty. That is a smart legal move regardless of the truth. It does not matter whether that happened or not in the context of they're saying it here. Now, I mean, obviously, as far as court goes, it's definitely going to matter. But I mean, that isn't telling us any new information. I wouldn't put too much on that. But you are right.
Is that you don't actually care about this case? You're not following
the
case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage in your.
That was her lead up. Can I just ask like one question? And then doesn't ask a question. She says, it seems like you're pretty. I'm going
to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should, like, right. Can you tell me one
Then let's do the counter. You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. That's a fucking gotcha. You can't name the 7 charges. Then that means you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm right. That is a gotcha.
The context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I
got her.
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on.
Defensive. You just literally exactly did that to him. You did exactly that.
And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't.
And let me just take some time now so I can think, was it aggravated assault or deadly weapon? This, like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's so obvious. Maybe not to, the people in her world, but like the people who come from, I mean, whether we like it or not, we're part of Andrew's world. We see this all the time. And specifically on this channel, where what we do is break down debates. It's clear as day. But unfortunately, not enough people watch the show, and too many people, as we saw in that fucking poll, think that Candace won a debate.
And actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
you're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time.
You just did that. He's only doing this because you did that. Yet again, right over your fucking head.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big...
Well, at this point, I'd be like, no, do it now. If you can't do it, then I'm going to claim that you can't ever, you don't know them. You're lying.
Difference so that people don't walk away.
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to...
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of...
She thinks this is embarrassing for him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, it may not be, for the people who are on Candace's side, they may not look favorably on Andrew. But no one's gonna... I don't get... This is so dumb. Papa Lutch always says, you can't be wrong and strong. And then Gen Z came.
A very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final...
the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering. Okay.
And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it.
Well, I guess Tyler Robinson didn't do it because she named all 7 charges. My goodness. I told you I was willing to come into this, willing to change my mind. And she knew all 7. So, I mean, obviously, Tyler Robinson didn't do it. You know, never argue with a fool. You'll win. That's not, is that, I feel like, is that the phrase? I feel like it's like, don't argue with a fool. They're better at it than you. Caps. Don't argue. Mark Twain, never argue with stupid people. They'll drag you down to their level and then beat you with their experience. Now, never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. So, yeah. There you go. Oh, wait. But I got you. It was there. Okay. Fuck. Yeah, it was never argue with a fool. People won't be able to tell the difference. Or the other one was never argue with a fool. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you. Same shit. Nikki said, I would argue that the harm to the public and those present at the assassination goes beyond mere danger of being shot, and therefore the aggravating factor should apply. Agreed. Right? As she's so clear about that's not what a mother who cares would do. Yep, there you go. We know it. Yikes. I'm gonna refrain from comment before I see the full details. All right. Let's finish this up, guys. I don't know if we're going to get to the end. I'm going to say we're at 4:46. We're going to go to 5 hours. Unless there is a no. Maybe we'll get to the end. Maybe not. We will see. But of course, what the fuck? Of course, you can keep the party.
So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive.
You
can't say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And
I'd argue it's a little bit even more about being good faith because there's 2 people in a debate and one is inherently going to lose unless both do, which seems like happened here. But being good faith, I'd say, is more important than being right. You can lose a debate, and as long as you're doing it in good faith, then you've done a service to the public.
You can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence.
Pop quiz, Kyla. I just bogged you on all that shit, but you didn't know a fucking technical thing, so I win. This is how children think.
It's just overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm.
Oh, please let her get one wrong. I just one. Please let her get one wrong.
The 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is count
tampering with a witness.
6, tampering with a witness. And count 7,
violent
I said offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering.
Hey, shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Coming in late, coming in hot. Welcome. Not to mention the emotional damage of watching a person assassinated freed from you. It's empty. Sandwiches are a Zionist conspiracy. Lana, you are not here enough. You are not here enough. If you see some of the fucking chats that Box puts through, and I'm somehow able to fucking figure out what the fuck it says, trust me. Yeah, right? It's gonna have to be way worse than that for me to think about that. Aren't they all? Aren't they all? These are marriages of convenience.
Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to
not embarrassed.
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go.
Why does she
PBD,
think that it's embarrassing?
You're the moderator. Take it.
Let's
see if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
Drop the nudes.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
Drop the heavy. Well, she ain't got.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
It's
at
like,
it.
are you sure you want me to do
I
it?
don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just.
I mean, I completely agree that she didn't need to cheat for this type of performance. Double dog dare ya. Double doggy parents. Oh yeah.
a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read through 11
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia.
Let's get to it.
I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story. Is
So hold on. Wait.
I have there. I don't.
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steak.
I think they go over it, but if I'm not mistaken, I think she's going to say
House.
it.
I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned." He's
okay. Can we see that?
The one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so she's saying that Robinson wasn't even in the area. I don't know exactly the time frame she's discussing, but that he was at some steakhouse far away, and she talked to somebody that said, "Yep, that was Tyler Robinson."
The owner understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared. Is what happened.
Apparently,
Okay,
not.
so
well, she said a lot was redacted, which again would make it seem relevant, pertinent, and applicable and appropriate for this conversation. But fuck me, right?
to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just did the opposite. I said there is.
Well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story,
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go,
Stay tuned. Next time, we're going to drip a little bit more information.
do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was
Right,
at that
so-
steakhouse.
Right. So exactly. According to the person, like the receipt has the name, but what Candace has, which is published, is redacted. So there's no evidence of that with the redactions that Tyler was there.
What I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so
Yeah, right. If you had that, that would be evidence. So you don't have that.
that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is.
Which means I don't know. So let's do Tyler Robinson steakhouse receipt. Yeah, so we have the debit card Visa. That's blocked out. The server's name is blocked out. So there's just nothing. There's nothing there. Like, yeah, it's a receipt. It's definitely a receipt. That indeed is a receipt. Let's try. What is this? Oh wait, whoa! Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Okay. Almost did a thing I didn't want to do, but I didn't do the thing that I didn't want to do. All right, what the fuck does this say? Tyler Robinson defense says he hit the intended target. Yeah, that's at that point. Okay, so there's a receipt from a place. Nothing
behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he.
Well, now we can't ever let her live it down.
Traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on.
Not only that, but if you were going to do something like an assassination, seems like setting up an alibi by giving your card to someone and having them use it so that there's a receipt is something someone would do.
On our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip. And
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do.
I can do like whatever I want on my show. Okay, I'm not beholden to you. And yeah, right. First, a message from our sponsors. And then I come back and tell you, actually, so it turns out that when we talk to the server, he's not working there anymore. So we're going to try to find somebody else. Stay tuned. But first, a message from our sponsor. Speaking of which, guys, we have 3 minutes left. Unless you want to see the end.
You can do what you want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You're trying to build a narrative. There's a difference between trying to build a timeline of things that you know happened and how did that happen versus a thing happened and a person may or may not be involved and you're trying to create a narrative using a timeline. Not the same thing. Even if the receipt is real, oh no, he's 150 miles away, 12 hours after the murder. And you can drive that in less than 2. Just fucking rip that shit. And again, good reason to want to do that. 3 or 4 hour at most. Her arrogance that she thinks her investigation is superior to all law enforcement that did investigate. Crazy. Her.
You don't think that falls
under... And then you
under...
should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the 2 people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being... I feel like I've sufficiently answered...
I'm done. I don't like this anymore. You're getting too close to calling me out. So I think I'm done.
Your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being... somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline.
Lucky. All the roads here are fucking gay. Got him. Regular Nancy Drew. She figured it out. She cracked the case.
That I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing. Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Say Nancy Drew. Gee, Nancy Grace. Ooh. Yeah.
I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I consider strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you.
Well, I'm not.
See, if you didn't do that, then that's why we're calling you Nancy Disgrace, because you're acting like you have all this information, but you're just spinning stories.
Like I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
I'm not adding unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
She's so stupid.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline, includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no.
Exactly. Right, Candace. We can't debunk it because the information isn't out yet. It's not on us to debunk it. You're the one making positive claims. How is this not getting through your thick fucking skull? You make the claims, you bring the evidence. We're just asking questions.
Evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait,
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of.
To be fair, Andrew, you do that shit all the fucking time. All the fucking time. You don't remember this specific thing? Oh, well. Just saying. We do hold the prosecutor in the state to a very high standard, you dumb cunt. Bingo. Got her. So here we're going to, you can see where the green is. They're going to go to a break before their closings. And if you want to go watch the closings, you can do that on your own, of course. The link, as always, will be in the description. We are out of time.
That's splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux. Aggravated murder versus murder. It's a death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt.
Hello, boo. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You have a good one.
They could have called a merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours. This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Okay. How does the manager know that that's him? You have the video footage? Then we got something. But it could just as easily, just like we saw the video from the campus, you're like, oh, well, that looks like somebody different. Well, kind of, sure. Looks like a fucking normal looking white dude. So how are we sure that that's the same guy?
And
because it's not like you would know as the manager to look out for a Tyler Robinson during the shift. So you would have to go home, watch the news, and be like, oh shit, that guy was just in here, which is not impossible. But then pull the video footage, which apparently there is none. Then we got the receipt, which is unverified. So as I said in the beginning, it is very possible that every single thing that Candace believes about this is absolutely true. She just doesn't have the justification to responsibly speak to millions of people, influencing them to think that she has more information than she does. Thank you to Andrew Wilson for pointing out, oh, yeah, it is all bullshit.
That's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came.
Did you
came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. Obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was.
Well, why wouldn't you ask for a picture of the unblurred receipt? If you're talking to the guy and the guy thinks, hey, this is real evidence, why don't you and or the FBI have the unredacted fucking receipt? We're not talking about government files. The receipt, the physical receipt, exists somewhere.
Used.
Well, maybe not anymore, but
if for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and
closings. There we go. Again, if you would like to see the closings on your own, go click the link in the description and check it out. Let me know what you think. Guys, don't forget that leaving comments on the replay here is a very big help. So as soon as it's over, just scroll down into the comment section and put Morty rules or something. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. $73 push-ups. I need your guys' support right now. Getting rid of the watch for this. All right, guys, you've paid me. Now it is time to pay yourselves. If you can't do 73 push-ups, do 50. If you can't do 50, do 20. If you can't do 20, do 10. Either way, you paid me. But now it is time to pay yourself.
I'm here to resurrect.
try to get it done. Here we go.
He stands in the fallout of a world misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with a sovereign command, a beast of judgment, the Lord will give his dead on his ground. Rings through the silence of the night, the loyal understand, she keeps the bell is rung. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right. 40 left. 40 left. 40 left. Oh! 20 left! 20 left! Let's go! We ain't no bitch! We ain't no bitch! Let's fucking go! Oh boy, oh boy. Villa. Now I gotta finish the winner song. For good luck before the song's even over, let's fucking go! Woo! Holy shit! 73 before the song even finished. No burgers tonight. I got, some rice and pork, but food indeed. Needed carb up. Woo! We y'all talking shit? Or were y'all coming through? Nikki, about Arker, if she thinks for a second that the police didn't crawl up the ass of the person who posted that online, she doesn't understand murder investigation. Bingo. She's stupid. Shout out to you guys. Thank you. What before you... Gay! That's what they do. Let's go. It's a custom song. The second coming of Common Sense. We do have, I don't have it posted publicly. I'm waiting for a music video. A lot of bullshit with that, but it's coming. Thank you, Dick. Thank you. Indeed, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. You can see it right up above the video. Here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. There we go. Peace, Jesus. Oh, word. Welcome to the nudie. Welcome. I will hope that you did, in fact, subscribe, and I will see you again every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We got Dick leaving us, so I might need a new mod. Glow seems to be doing the damn thing, and King is around sometimes, but we will see. So, of course, we got to give a big shout out to all of the donations before the stream even started. Wicked. I was like, fuck those ads. And then going towards the big mic. Now, again, guys, I'm being honest with you. I'm not going to put aside $50. I'm not going to remember this super chat specifically, but we do have the Throne site. It's like an Amazon wish list, but it is crowdfunded. And so he could have easily gone here and hit that $50, which would have gotten us started on the $600 microphone that we definitely need. And if you're new, you have not had your ears raped, but unfortunately, this mic sucks, and it will. And then we've got some other stuff there. I got to add some more, but like this is a USB mic. So if we get this mic, then I need a new cable that goes into this thing that will go into the computer. And then this boom arm doesn't fit. You can see my fucking chair is falling apart. I literally grabbed it out of the dumpster. And of course, those lights will help me stream longer without these fucking, look at these things. Look at these fucking things. It's so bright. I got one there, and one there. And it hurts my eyes. So we get softer lighting, makes me look more pretty, and we could stream even longer. Either way, guys, it is up to you. You spend your money however you want. As always, this is a completely free show, but you guys keep it alive. Oh, we forgot about the poll. So no, Candace doesn't have anything beyond her words. But let's keep going. We had Wicked with the 50. And Jennifer. Of course, our boy, Fug. Master General with the 10. Gifted memberships. And then Real Black Betty. Now we had Trey. Wicked again. Now we got Real Black Betty again. We had Trey on the Cash App. Guys, thank you so very, very much. I say it all the time, but I mean it every single time. I know that you guys can be doing anything else in the world, the entire World Wide Web and the entire IRL world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and it means the fucking world to us. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I will let you know what is good tomorrow for the double feature movie night. As always, 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll start the pregame here, and then we will move over to Rumble, where we watch whichever movies you guys pick. Thank you so very, very much. I really, really, really do appreciate you guys once again. And we've got Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.